Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. How are you all doing? Glad to have you here. Glad to be here. It's a long weekend here in Canada. Um, a good half or more of the team is off for an extra long weekend. But I'm here. I'm here to hang out, draw some art, and we're just going to jump right into it. So I'll bet a bunch of you are wondering, what are we drawing today? He didn't, in the description, state, hey, we're working on a new mouse. You know, we're working on a new area, the part two of the conclusion cliffs, um, with the battle against the Mythweaver, the final showdown. What more will he create for us to witness and spoil for ourselves? We are gonna continue on a bit of a tradition that we've been working on over the past folklore kind of foray, and so I'm going to show you what we're going to work on today. Boom! We're gonna be working on the final refractor base. Final, probably. I don't know, can't confirm, but I imagine that this is kind of like the big one. Um, but yeah, that's all I'll say about that because I don't actually want to make claims for things that I might be incorrect about. But I think that this is going to be kind of like a big ticket, pretty big deal. This upgrade, but you know, it's not going to be easy. Obviously, you have to go through the the journey of getting the previous bases. First off, that's no small task. Um, but yeah, so we are going to be working on this base today. Normally, I'd be like, oh, something like this. I want to kind of like leave it as a surprise. We're probably not going to finish rendering it today, to be fair. Um, but yeah, I mean, we've worked on the other refactor bases on stream in the past, so you know what? I don't want to leave this one out of the kind of set. Um, so yeah, that's the plan today. Um, it's gonna be pretty cool. Blue, green, red, and black. Almost all the Power Rangers. We need yellow. Okay, so yeah, we're working on the refractor base today, and it is gonna be the rainbow refractor, I believe. Pretty sure that that's the kind of the intention. That's what I'm planning on drawing today. Uh, so I'm just gonna get right into it, honestly, because it's gonna be one of those. How do I render this to look good and correct? And there's a lot to it. There's gonna be like light refraction and facets and crazy colors, and it's not gonna look good until maybe it kind of starts to look good, and then I do something that looks even worse, and it's just gonna be a little bit of a back and forth battle. So we'll see how far we get today. I think it's gonna be just kind of like Jacob tries stuff, and you get to watch as he attempts to kind of like pull off something that looks like some crazy master jeweler that is cut facets for their life, made this beautiful rainbow diamond looking thing. I don't expect it's going to go well. All right. But we'll see. We'll see. I guess there's a couple of layers I could steal from the other bases to start with. We have kind of like our trim stuff here. And now this one's very specifically to draconic depths. We got this dragon head. The other ones have like trim, and so I think we definitely need to kind of continue that. I want to maybe do something similar to this, but like you know not draconic depths. So maybe we start with this. We swap out the dragon head for something different. I think having the trim is a good start. So let's grab this, duplicating it onto my new folder, the rainbow folder here. We're going to bring that up to the top. And this is just my template base. I have kind of like a slightly, shaded so that it's three-dimensional looking box. All right. Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. All right. Just having some soda water. Rainbow. My favorite gemstone. Yep. That way it's got, everyone's favorite color, right? That's something I've never heard, but I feel like could be a good response. It's like, what's your favorite color? Rainbow. All of them. Okay. Did I duplicate the trim? Oh, I stole the trim from the opal layer completely because I had them both selected. And in Clip Studio, if you have like multiple things selected, so I duplicated this and I still had that grabbed. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. It's covered up by the Guardian there. But when you duplicate in the far right there, I like had that selected and I grabbed both the folders and dragged them. So I just want this copy. And we'll bring that on over to Rainbow. Hello. Okay, now I can hide the opal. You still have yours. We're good. Okay. So, first off, I'm going to darken this just so that I can see the trim better. It just doesn't look good that way. So I'm going to grab maybe that color. And I'll do a little gradient-ish thing to it to kind of get, like a little bit of a sense of depth, but nothing too crazy. I'm just starting with something. Okay. It's not very rainbow colored just yet, huh? This is going to be a tricky one, I think. But it should be a cool one. Hopefully I can get it to a state where I'm like happy with it by the end of the stream today. Also, I have no idea how long I'm going to go today. I might end up doing a full day stream for this just because it's probably going to be one where I like either am just like frustrated and I'm like, okay, it's going to be a short stream. I need to like clear my head, or it'll go really well and I'm just going to, be like, all right, let's keep going. Let's finish it today. I doubt we'll finish it, but who knows? Bases can be shockingly smooth, like they flow, because they're a very simple shape. I might be able to get it to like the 90% completed and then, take the weekend, look at it fresh on Tuesday morning and kind of be like, okay, I know exactly where, I want to final tweak it before I upload it. Okay, but first things first, we can kind of address the dragon in the room. You don't belong here anymore. You've had your time. So I'm going to grab that layer, and we're just going to wipe that out. Going to have to do it on a few layers, actually. Quite a few layers. Okay, so a little bit there. Oh, also, these selections are going to be very handy. I will definitely be stealing those. Wipe that out there. And missed a spot there. Goodness, there's quite a few different spots that ended up on. Where else are you? Just do a manual selection there. The emote train that's going on, my goodness. Just non-stop emote barrage. Thank you. I appreciate your support uh, this fine Friday. Okay. Color wheel is already rainbow. Just like copy and paste the color wheel right on there. I love it. Mmm. Yeah. It's a pure white base. It just refracts all of the light. It's just all light hitting it, bounce off. We're good. Um, reflect. Okay. Where is that little piece? Oh, there's literally just this tiny, tiny layer for that little nub. Goodbye. I don't need that. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Is this in the opal? No, it's not. How did you get missed? Trim copy. Oh, I have two duplicates. I see. Opal, do you still have yours proper? Okay, let me double check I didn't blow up. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is a new file anyways. Like, the opal's safe in its own file. I don't need to actually, like, worry about preserving the folder structure of the opal base in this file. I only need it as reference. If I need to grab bits and pieces, I can. Okay, opal, you can remain hidden. Okay, so what do we want to do from here? Um, uh, Next week I'll be, Christian says, posting some Trapskin ideas on Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Using AI to render them to better illustrate my ideas, if that's okay. Yeah, I mean, that's welcome. I prefer if, even if you're like hand drawing it with pencil or crayons, even like seeing your interpretation of your ideas is much preferred to me. Even though it's not going to look, nearly as lovely as an AI render, I much prefer the actual like I made this by hand. But like if that's how you express and share ideas, I'm not going to stop that. You're still sharing your ideas somehow. But yeah, again, like a bad drawing, a good drawing, if it's by hand, it's definitely something that I can appreciate no matter what. And everyone starts by being bad at drawing if that's what you're worried about. Um, Honestly, okay, so like I will put this out there. I am an illustrator. I've been an illustrator most of my life, professionally almost. Went to school for it, all kinds of stuff. When I'm sharing ideas, when I'm like, oh, I have this really like, you know, simple or quick or crazy idea, whatever, I'm literally like scribbling it and it looks bad. Like I don't refine it. I don't sit and, make every line perfect and clean it up. Like that's for when it's like being rendered to go onto the game live and you get to appreciate it. It's a piece of art. If it's an idea, it doesn't matter. You're just trying to convey an idea. That's the important thing. So if you can convey the idea with like a bad drawing, you've done the work. That's exactly what you're trying to do. So all the power to that. I also play. There's like some drawing games, and like a couple of my friends are illustrators. A bunch of them aren't. And when we play together, they end up like drawing better than the artists sometimes, because like we're just like trying to convey a quick idea and like if you were to line up all the it's like one of those things where you have a limited time to kind of like draw an idea. If you end up like taking all the pieces from every player, you wouldn't be able to tell who is like a professional artist and who isn't a lot of the time. So yeah, I mean that's my comment on like sketches. They're sketches, like they're for sharing a concept. They're not something that you need to worry about. Oh, they got to look right. If they tell the idea, then that is right. So yeah, uh, yeah, you should see. Like, I literally have paper monsters on my desk that are just full of scribbles, and yeah, they're just enough to convey a concept. Okay, so we got this trim. What do we want to do with the trim Do we want to, like, I like the gold and the silver concept. That's quite nice. I'm thinking right now I'm just going to cover over that horn real quick. And we can kind of like figure out what we actually want to do with the trim. But I don't know if that's like a right now step or not. Because there's just so many directions. I think where to start might be kind of like, let's figure out the faceting of the surface, right? Some of these have some cool kind of like, you know, faces, facets, whatnot, that's cut into the surface. They got to be like really shallow is the thing. So the opal base didn't really get any of that. I kind of flattened that out because I really wanted to show off the heart in there, right? Like that was kind of the goal. Whereas these are more about kind of like here's a nice solid kind of like dense stone. And this one's just kind of like I had more fun with it. I carved these channels. I had this kind of like misty kind of feeling like there's just this cloud traveling through the material. That was kind of fun. This one, I'm thinking like I kind of want it to be like a bright cut, like diamond. Like there's just light kind of dancing around, but like to get that, you need kind of like these different cuts on it. But of course, you know, it's a base. We got to have this flat surface or mostly flat surface that things can sit on top of, right? So that's kind of the tricky challenge. Like, do I create? I don't know. Like, I guess I can grab, you know, a darker color and just start kind of scribbling some polygons, if you will, of kind of like, well, here's where things could be, you know, sliced like it's some kind of diamond. Yeah, I don't know. Guess I should do black so I can see this easier. But like, I want it to be, you know, rainbow refractor, right? So we got to get a lot of color range. Again, like, I don't want this to be something that stands so tall that like a trap interacting would look awkward, right? So the way that I did the sapphire kind of works, there's just this kind of like gap down there. So like a, a death bot could stand on top of that and look natural, right? So like these facets need to be like really shallow and kind of, you know, like have nice big flat areas a lot, like in a lot of places. It could be just like they're just like micro bevels everywhere. Um, maybe there's, yeah, just like the smallest chamfer on this edge. Um, make it white. I mean, yeah, like I think that that might be part of it. I'm looking at, okay, so part of my job is like I'm working with existing assets that have kind of like being rendered, and there's interactions and all kinds of stuff. So I do need to kind of try to play off of what we have. Um, but yeah, I think I will go brighter because you're right. Like it's diamonds tend to be pretty darn bright. So let's actually kind of kick that up a level. We're going to go with what would be a good kind of base color. A bright green for some reason is okay. We got our triangles brush. That's the wrong triangles kind of effect. What do I want? I want particle size to be huge. Is this going to work? Okay. Color blast. That might be a better brush for this. That's not it. I had a triangle brush that was doing this at one point. I think I maybe modified it since then. Let's do change brush tip color. We're going to go in and edit the properties of this brush. We're going to customize it. This is, I keep kind of touting the awesomeness of Clip Studio. Okay, so to the art team here. Okay, we can do like color jitter. Let's get some color jitter going. We're going to have it nicely saturated. Our luminosity, we don't want to jitter very much. Or actually we do. But like, I want it to be like additive. So let's see, we got color jitter cranked up. I think the layer type could matter, or maybe we use burn overlay could be okay. This is actually changing like the brush paint mode, which I don't tend to do. This could go bad. Let's see, add glow. That's definitely going to be an interesting one. Let's try this out and see how this works. I think I need to do this on a layer that has color though. So let me actually duplicate this and see what happens if I kind of squash that down, lock the layer, and paint directly on top of that. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. So we have the brush itself is being additive to itself. We have like crazy color range happening. This is already starting to kind of like diamondize it, right? But I think it helps to start with a dark color that you can kind of build on top of with this kind of technique. But like already that feels kind of, okay, there's diamond facets happening. I might want to go for like a dark trim for a bright diamond core. Now, what I also want to consider is like, okay, we're going to have things that are on top of this. They're going to occlude light. They're going to interact with this light. And I need to be able to make this look like they interact without having those as a reference point that I can use right away, because like it can pair with any trap, let's say, right? And I can't determine what trap's going to be on this, so I can't render it to one specific trap, obviously. This is going to be a powerful base. We're probably going to, use it for a while in different places, so that's going to be an interesting factor. Okay. I'm going to grab this top selection here, and I'm going to do a new layer. So this works pretty good. I like that. But I'm going to do a new layer on top of this. We're going to use a mask here that was used for the dragon base there. And just to show what that mask is doing, I'm just going to use a regular brush and just kind of paint over it. So we can see here's where that mask is working. I'm actually going to fix the mask here, because this section here should be filled in. Boom. Oh, but not outside of that. Let me do that again. All right, good enough. Okay, so that mask is now covering the top of the base. Let's see. Would something like scales work? Can make diamond paintings. Stained glass base, princess cut base. I need to see, because like there are specific cuts of diamonds, all kinds of stuff. I should see what a princess cut is. That sounds familiar. I actually kind of like at one point was looking up kind of gem faceting and all that. Princess cut diamond is, oh, okay, so it's like, ooh, that's pretty. Yeah, it's very much a kind of, well, it's like a square from the top, and the way the facets kind of like create this like pulling from the center, this plus kind of look to it, or an X, or yeah, diamond kind of, you know, cut. That's crazy. Yeah, there could be that kind of a vibe from it. Okay, so the green is just a overlay, so I can kind of see what's happening. Let's see. Mm-hmm. A base made of diamond, but you have to catch 1,000 diamond mice. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine if that was how you got this upgrade? It was like, okay, now go back to the town of Narnia, or the mountain. I guess the mountain's probably the best place to get the diamond mouse right now. Go back to the mountain, catch 1,000 diamond mice. Have fun. Isn't this fun? Thematically, though, brilliant. Okay, I will not make you do that. Okay, so again, the triangles brush was pretty good. I think I need to return it to the default state, but first I'm gonna actually like make a copy of this brush because it's kind of cool. Let's see. Trying to remember how I duplicate this one. I've done this so many times. Why can't I think of how to do it? I don't want to see new features and get rid of you. Okay. Don't know why that showed up. I think I know where that's hiding, but if I reveal it, it's gonna show some things that I'm trying to keep hidden. I don't want to spoil things for you. Yeah, I have stuff off screen. I suppose I have a way. Okay, you know what? I have a way of kind of getting those safe from accidentally spoiling, and get my tool palettes that I need back. But I'm gonna have to switch my camera real quick to avoid the spoiling. Sorry, friends. I'm just gonna do that and that. And okay. Now I can bring back my tool palette. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Oh, I have a phone call. What? Yeah, I'm just going to decline that. Apparently my pocket answered it, and it's a number I don't recognize, so I decided I'd just hang up. Okay. Also, no one like phones me ever other than like spam calls, so I have like one friend who actually phone calls, and I'm like, this is weird. People don't talk on the phone these days. Yeah. Problem is we don't know the new areas like Jacob does. Coming up with new ideas based on the newest area is hard, but give us a diamond base of some kind. Yeah. Already have over 1,000 diamond mice. Maybe diamond crown. The diamond mouse is better. Yeah. Was the idea of the base to make it a diamond, or like a crystal-like reflection of water, since the last area is hydro? I just know that like you know, we got like these different stones, you know, uh, and so kind of like making it like a rainbow stone in the end was kind of a goal. Just like, all right, we're collecting a bunch of different stones, and the ultimate one will be like just rainbow color. So that was kind of the goal. That's the direction. um, okay. I think I want purple. Purple better. When in doubt, purple. Okay. So I'm gonna do a little more um, that. So okay, with refraction, there's kind of like some fun rules that you can kind of play with. Um, I do this a lot with like any kind of like gemstone stuff that has like light passing through it. So like you can see it with like this base really easily. Um, Normally, when you have kind of something in this lighting situation, you have the light hitting the top surface and kind of like shielded. You know, there's shadow on the far side, whereas the top has the light directly hitting it. When it comes to things that refract light, the light passes into it and bounces out of the inside of it. It's kind of like bending, it's hitting the backside, it's reflecting off that and coming through and out the material. I have like the top surface where the light would normally, when it's a matte surface, bounce off and go into our eyes. It instead passes inside of the material from that surface. It goes into the surface. So that top surface, I like to make it dark. And then have the underside where it kind of continues through and hits the inside of that and then bounces. And so, like, the bottom of it is what lights up. And that's what makes it this kind of like gem looking thing. Whereas, you know, like if the side was dark and the top was light, it would look more kind of like solid. I mean, it does look solid, but like more impenetrable. The light can't enter it. It bounces off the surface. Now it's entering it and bouncing off like through it. Um, so by darkening the top surface and then having the sides and bottom kind of like bounce that light, I think that's going to feel a lot more kind of like, oh yeah, it's like this refracting light diamond kind of material. So that's my thinking around it, anyways. Okay, so I'm gonna do another layer here. This one I'll use the side mask, and let's go for, I don't know, like a, oh, wrong side mask. I want this side mask, but not that one. I want the actual side mask. Where can I grab that from? Opal base, you have some of it on the trim, but do I have it anywhere else in here? Aha! You. Ooh. What are you? Can I steal you, please? Specifically you? Yeah. I'm gonna grab this, because it's pretty much exactly what I want. Where do I want that? Keep going. Up here. Okay, so that kind of vibe. I at least have the mask that I need, that's good. Better. Add. Not linear burn. Okay, well, I don't know if I'll use this exactly, but that's kind of the concept. This has the correct mask that I need. This mask is probably good for what I need over here. Yeah, that looks pretty okay. And then this is the top mask, although I feel like there's a better version of it here. So I'm going to grab that and steal that. And let's just apply it to that for a second. We'll get rid of it here. We'll copy it over here. Okay, I just wanted to clean that up because I know that I had a more tweaked version of it. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Mouse Space. All right. I have a hard time prioritizing which traps I'd like to create a trap skin for. Should I mostly go with the newest and most powerful traps, says Christian. I mean, that's often kind of like where we end up creating new trap skins. Because like we want ones that people can kind of put to use, that are excited to kind of like get to be able to use at some point. Whereas like there's a lot of like cool potential trap skins for like old traps, but it's just like very few people end up having access to those, or like there's no reason to be able to arm them. So personally, I would love to like be able to go and do trap skins for some really cool traps that would make some really amazing trap skins, but it's just like literally no one's gonna arm those because there's just not a use case for that trap, right? So personally, when people are like sharing their ideas, I want to see those ones. The traps that like I don't get to create a trap skin for because like no one would end up being able to use it, but like getting to see the potential would be a lot of fun. So that's my thinking around it. But like, you know, whatever you're interested in kind of like coming up with and sharing, like I'm down with seeing it. So, you know, whatever you want to work on. If you have ideas for the newest and strongest, share those. If you have ideas for like old, you know, fun, beloved traps that like no one gets to use because they're just outdated now, I definitely want to see those. But yeah, I mean, one day I would love to be able to kind of like make it where it would be a case where you can kind of like have trap skins for weaker traps, but you can apply those and use those with your current setup. Like that'd be really cool to kind of like open up that possibility. But yeah, right now that's not unfortunately how it works. Okay, so we have this kind of, yeah, I was using the triangle tool there. I think I could do another pass on this top layer. What I'll do is I'll do what I did on the previous bases. I created folders for the different surfaces. So this is the top surface, this is the side, and then the whole folder gets a mask. That way I can do all kinds of stuff to it, and like the facets are, or like those angles are preserved, right? So I could create a new layer on the top here. I can turn my sketch back on. Not this one. Where did that sketch go? There we go. This is my sketch. I'm going to label it so I know. Can also put that as a draft layer. Okay, so I have an idea of, okay, so this is kind of like an idea for the facets. Cool. I'm going to go down to my top of the base layer. Actually, I'll move this to the top just because logically that's where I expect to see it. And then I'm going to grab some of these. Actually, I have a tool that might work well for this. There is a polyline tool. You can cause it to fill a shape, but basically this is really good for creating polygons, right? Closed kind of shapes. I'm going to turn the sketch down. But I can basically just start creating specific polys. And I could potentially, maybe I can do a color jitter on this. That'd be interesting. Where it just randomly assigns a color to the polygon. That could be cool. Okay, so bring this up. Let's go to the, I'm trying to remember where I would, It's possible I can't set the color here. Brush size, continuous curve, line color, fill color. Okay. Yeah, I might not have the ability to like randomize the color here. That might make sense. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. At any rate, I can just kind of like the emote's still going. Okay. Just grab various colors and kind of just start blocking in ideas. And maybe I'll even do this as a exclusion would be wrong. But I'm kind of curious if I could make that work, you know? If I did it like an add glow, that's too powerful. Hard light might be good actually, because then we still get like the pass through here, which is good, but it's still mainly an influence from kind of like that. Could be good. We're not getting as much color variation, but maybe that's what we want. So if I use like bolder colors, yeah, that's maybe a bit much. Hard mix, too much. Pin light, maybe. Vivid light. Ooh, vivid light's great, actually. I like vivid light. Okay. So let's try maybe an orange instead. Yeah, okay, I like vivid light. Yeah, let's just start randomly smashing colors into this. That's nice. Okay, we'll use a pink here. Very strong. Trying to get some kind of, you know, like actual pattern, but like it's kind of hard. I might need to do a layer up above here, which I just kind of create this like almost stained glass kind of look, and then kind of warp and just kind of transform that onto the top surface. But like right now, this is working pretty good. So I think I'll keep going with this idea. It feels like there's something here that's like, okay, this looks diamond-like. Just kind of like here and there facets kind of catching enough light that the surface is reflecting the light, but then we're still getting light kind of scattering underneath of it in all the right ways. So I'm cool with that. And having like little thin kind of sharp refraction is definitely good. Yeah, okay. So what's interesting is we're not going to get, like, we need to pick the color just right. It's kind of tricky, because the way it interacts with the color on the layer below matters a lot. So that's pretty darn saturated. Perhaps too saturated. Okay. So we need to add some light to that. That's better. And like what's crazy is, okay, so that blue and that blue are the exact same color that I just applied, but depending on what it's on top of, it actually, you know, changes how it looks pretty dramatically. But like that's starting to kind of, you know, it's got some diamond look to it. I don't want it to be too random. Like I want it to look like this was intentionally designed, cut a certain way. All right. So this one's the side here. I like the vivid light. That's a pretty cool layer type. So we're going to try that again here. And we're going to use maybe... Okay, try like an orange here. Okay. And I think I need to really get like some really deep dark edges in here. So what I'll try doing is grabbing like this really dark purple and doing kind of like, I think I'll do a layer underneath, and we're going to go back to the polyline. I think we need to zoom in. Do this on top there. And I could use my occlusion brush, I think, just to get a little bit of a dark gradient on that very edge there. And then when I come in with like bright facets, that'll pop a little better, I think. I think I need this edge here to have that deep depth behind it, right? Yeah, that feels a little more kind of like, okay, it's glowing internally. I need that glow to come from the inside. The front facet, same kind of idea. Going to use our occlusion brush to just kind of create a crisp, sharp feeling edge there. But we can really kind of like light up the kind of like little angles here and there, little kind of bits. But yeah, I think it's going to be kind of like lots of little tiny kind of, you know, motes of light that are just kind of sharp edges dancing around all over the place to kind of, you know, give this idea of like you're looking in it and the light is just warping like all over, but like it's all very sharp, precisely kind of cut things that are kind of bouncing the light in really precise, exact ways. That's actually like why diamond sparkle is like the refractor, like the light refraction index is like a certain range, and then the facets are cut so that like the way that the light will kind of be forced to kind of like get around, they are kind of trapping it to reflect it around and back out. And diamonds specifically have like a refraction index that lets that work. Whereas like other materials don't have the same kind of like the way that, so if you hit like light against the surface of water, you know, flat, cold, like just, you know, not really kind of like wavy water, the light's going to bend a certain amount, right? That's your refraction index. You know, it's also going to like bounce off the surface, etc. With diamond, like that refraction is strong. Like it will bend it quite a bit because it's like such a dense material. The light kind of the way that it kind of like gets warped is different from other materials, and that's why diamonds can have such like crazy, you know, they're just incredibly, sparkly. And then of course each of those, like you could have a raw diamond and it's like this more organic, less kind of like, clean like cut precise surfaces, and the light doesn't necessarily kind of like have that same look to it. It's because of like expert, jewelers that know how the light works. They can cut the perfect angles so that the light just goes crazy in it. So that's kind of like what I want this to feel like, yeah. All right. So lots of little kind of bright and dark, kind of sharp reflections. It's tricky, 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 tricky. But again, I'm working off of kind of like, okay, what did the art team do for other things that are in the same space? Let me reference those, and we're going to make it so they all kind of like play well together. And that's tricky, especially when I'm doing it live on stream. I can't apply certain things that I want to and kind of like pair them together in the same space. So I have an idea for how I could do that where you won't be able to see, but I can. So I'm going to probably set that up. You have to do that off screen. Should have thought of that before stream, but alas. All right. If you can answer this, will the base have elements of the idea germ, plot hooks, and pearls of wisdom in the design, or is it all new area-inspired design? I wish I could say more. I am not at liberty to divulge any of those details, unfortunately, for you. So yeah, I can't tell you whether it is or it isn't. Partially because I'm not totally certain of my answer on it. Also, at this stage, things can actually change in terms of kind of like the loop flow, balance, all kinds of stuff. So even if I gave an answer, it would not be something that you could rely on because such things could change in the kind of state where we're still kind of like making everything work and flow exactly how we want it. It is possible that it would not remain. Okay, so I'm just playing around with a couple of different shapes. I mean, that's definitely feeling more colorful. It has kind of a diamondy feel. It's not quite right, but again, like this is art, right? Like when you're working, you're like, well, I have an idea of where it's supposed to go, and I'll keep trudging in that direction, and I should end up there, I hope. Fingers crossed. Keep going, and eventually you'll kind of be able to, make it work. You might have to change directions midway, but, eventually, if you keep at it, you'll be able to kind of get as close as possible at the time. You can never, like, here's one of the things that I think people don't always appreciate is I don't know if you can ever kind of get something to the level you want it ultimately. Like a lot of the work that I end up doing and uploading, I'm like, that's as close as I can get it. And I'm happy with that. But it's never like I will never make something greater than this. Like that's never the feeling. It's always kind of like, okay, I'm satisfied with my level of ability and where I managed to get this. That doesn't always happen. A lot of the time it's like it's good enough. I could do better, but like I don't want to spend 40 hours, trying to get it 10% nicer. When, like I could do, 2 more things at the same level, complete those. Uh, like it's kind of a case of you got to pick your battles. And I personally suspect that this is one of the items where it's like, I'm going to make it as nice as I can, but it's going to be one of those things where it's like, it's a really tricky concept. And I'm going to learn something in the future one day that will like open my understanding of how this should look and how to render it correctly. And then I'll look at this and I'll be like, oh, I did such a bad job. Like all the, like I should have known that like you can't use a duplex, blah blah, like some unknown like made up terminology that maybe exists. And like maybe I'll learn one day, like I'll get into carving diamonds and I'll learn like, wait, this is actually how that should be. And I'll look at it and be like, that could be improved. Um, but yeah, to be like, okay, you know what, like it conveys the idea, and I'm happy with that. That's good enough. That's as far as you can take it, and you should be able to be satisfied with kind of like, okay, I did what I could. I know it's not perfect. I will, maybe one day be able to do even better, and that's always the goal. Is like continue to learn and improve. And honestly, I think it would be the worst thing, like the worst idea, if I looked at a piece of work that I did and I said to myself, I can't do any better. Like I've reached my pinnacle. I will never create greater work than this. That would be the saddest day as an artist to think that, to be like, I am perfect now. I will never be a better artist. Like, cause that's just, no, like you should always be growing. Always. That's the artist journey. You're never able to kind of, you know, make it exactly how you need it and perfect the craft. That's just not how it works. Creatives of all kinds understand this, right? It's just something that inherently comes with being an artist of some kind, musician, writer, all kinds. It's just like, no. There's always room for improvement, and that's a good thing. You should be excited that you can kind of continue to get better and strive for that. So that's my thinking around it. Okay, we're starting to feel confetti, a little bit of birthday cake vibe going, and I'm not liking that. Maybe it's the like really saturated colors, but I think I need more kind of like structural facets pulling this piece together a bit. Hmm. I need more like horizontal banding, and part of what I could do is use the trim to kind of like pull some of this into a level that I want it. Like what I'm thinking is I could take the trim and I could kind of like really build more of that kind of deep dark contrast that I think I want a little more of that contrast. Like I'm picturing different traps on this. Like the concept of like traps that have a lot of environment in them are more and more common nowadays. And a lot of them have like darker, kind of moodier atmospheres. They fill in the entire scene, and I need to be cautious that like if this is like so bright, it's just going to look so incredibly out of place with those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a save. I also need to set up this file so it's offline mode so that I don't have issues with when I'm kind of loading and saving from it. Need to do that real quick. Sorry, I'm just off screen right now doing this. Go there, set you to more options, offline access, available offline. Okay, so now that's downloading it to my computer because right now I'm working on a shared drive and I've had issues in the past where I did not do that. And it has actually corrupted a file because of the way it's constantly streaming the files, and it's just not great. I don't have the fastest internet is the problem. Okay, and they're often large file sizes, so it gets a little complicated. Okay, so I've saved that. that's preserved. What was I thinking? I was thinking of putting some traps over top. All right, I'm just gonna, again, I want to avoid spoilers, just in case. I'm gonna switch camera modes so that I don't accidentally reveal something that I do not want you to see. Okay, so let's go to, we could share Draconic Depths traps. Yeah, we got some moody traps here. Oh, that's a moody one. All right, let's do full res. Boom. Okay, that's 2 full res. How is that? Interesting. Sorry, give me a second. 80%? 75%? Okay, that looks close enough. 76%. What is this? 76% it is, I guess. That's using a mini base. I need a trap that's not using a mini base. Sorry. I'll be out of this view in a second and you can actually see what I'm doing. It's just how it is at the moment. Okay, I guess I do have some traps in this file already, but they're not as moody as I want to really experiment with. Create file import, mini base. This one, sure. Although, okay, I'll show this in a second. It's a good one. Just, you'll see why. That's too high up. I need that below the traps. Again, sorry about me just rambling off screen. 1 minute. It'll be worth it. Okay, create file object. What's another good one? That's a cool one. Full res, please. Okay, that one's a little more. Ooh, that looks so good. Okay. All right, I need another one to I need to find a trap that looks terrible on this. If I keep finding traps that look great on this, then I guess I should be happy with that, but all right. Are you going to work? I think that's also a mini base one. Okay, I should make this one work. I just need to shrink the base down. Again, rambling at myself, sorry. All right. Okay, I guess it's safe enough to share. I don't think I'm going to accidentally reveal something. Okay. I am just teasing you. Okay. So I'll just share kind of what I was looking at. And I'm like, oh, this one's super dope because we have all these crystals in scene and it looks nice. I was expecting it to look horrible, but actually it looks really cool. Just it does feel like the light is playing with all the kind of things going on. So I'm like, okay, pleasantly surprised. And then I saw this one. And I was like, oh, that looks so good because of the purple, right? That kind of light just going through the golds. The way the facet or the trim is on this, by accident, it feels like there's this gold reflection on the surface. It was made for this trap kind of feeling. I'm like, that looks too good. It's great. Actually, I should put the cheese on here. Classic cheese chunk. Got our nutmeg cheese. I suppose I could update this with more, current cheeses, but my nutmeg is always a classic. Okay, so that, again, these are just kind of they accidentally work, in my opinion. I don't think that's necessarily a good assessment of what do most kind of moody traps look like. Some of the ones that I want to test would be spoilery. That's the problem. I'm like, oh, that would be a good test, that one. But you haven't seen it yet, so I can't show you. Do I know something about the upcoming Halloween event? I absolutely do. That one I can say that I know enough about. But like, are you gonna get to hear anything about it? Goodness no. Sorry. That's for me to know and you to find out. Um, okay, let's see. What would be a trap you guys want to see tested on this? I need to like come up with like what's a trap that we think would look bad combined with this. That's kind of the thing I need to find is like where is it gonna look really bad? Like I kind of want to see yeah, Monsterbot was one I was thinking of. Like I actually think Monsterbot, and I'm like, where do I have Monsterbot placed? It might be hard to find just because it's such an old trap. It's not organized in the same way. Um, where would that be? Regions. Bottomless grave. I mean, no one's gonna be arming that one, but honestly, I am curious what that would look like. I have no idea where I would find that file right now. Yeah, because like we've been organizing kind of like the past several years, so like I know how to find those traps, but like I haven't necessarily gone and done the due diligence of my stuff from like 14 years ago, kind of thing. Lock or stinger trap is a good idea. Let's see. Floating islands, traps. We got the tacticals as well. We can look at that. Okay, stinger trap. Do we have the full res? Where are you, full res? Is this the one that I want? I don't know if this is full res. Yeah, it's not. Okay, well, it's good enough. I can blow it up to 200. Okay, so doesn't work as well, right? Like it's a little too bright, you know? Tacky glue trap, yeah. Derelict airship. Ooh, yeah. I want to see that. That was like a Ronza one, wasn't it? Yeah, let's see. Yes, there you are. Ooh, this is gonna look so cool. Oh, it's a mini base one. That's fine. Um, let's actually do a mini base version of this real quick. Again, like this is kind of like we're just testing to see how off it feels, and like chances are it might not be too bad. All right, let's do this. Let's wipe out everything outside of that. Okay, now I can scale this. This needs to be, what, 80% size? I'm trying to remember the scaling for it. 80% seems pretty close. Okay. Yes, apply transformation. Okay, and then, so one thing that I credit to Liz for with this is she did kind of like create a bit of an overlay of pixels on it. So like it darkens any base that's on it. So it helps adapt the mood automatically, no matter what base gets thrown under there. So that does work. The scaling completely broken because of the way that the masking is set up on this file. So I need to flatten this before I shrink it is the thing. Okay, so crush that down. Now I can scale it to keep aspect ratio, please. 80%. And now we'll turn the trap back on. Sure, apply transformation. Boom. And we'll hide. Oh, we already hid the original base. Okay, 80 isn't it. What is it? Okay, so that's flattened. I think it's maybe 75. That's closer, but still not it. 62. Too little. 70. Very close. 68. 66. That's probably it, actually. Okay, it's like 67. Yeah. So it's like we lost a third, effectively. Okay, that makes sense. 68 is actually better, though. We want a little bit of overlap, and we actually have a gap at the back, so I guess it's closer to, hey, 69, nice. 69, there you go. Okay, so this is kind of where it's at on the mini base format. We have other traps that we can kind of pull up to look at. But like this is an example of like where the trap accounts a bit for it, so it's okay. That one's regular size. Okay, I'm gonna bring up regular rainbow. We're gonna look at the files that were already in this, or the examples that were already in this. We're also gonna turn off previous. Okay, so that's okay. It's a little off. Like I don't like the big facet here, especially with the cheese there. I'm gonna turn off the sketch layer. It doesn't look good with that. Feels a little better without the sketch at least. And I don't think it adds anything anyways. Okay, so there's that. We got like early law trap. Works a little better with that, but not great. Yeah, so here's one where it's like, it's so bright, I don't feel like it feels right. Like, when the environment itself is like, I have this level of light, you know, like, I guess it does feel diamond-like, because you could have diamond kind of like pull, like, give a brighter reflection than the environment around it, because of the way it's like reflecting, maybe? That works because of the white ground, but like, that's not always the case. This, again, also feels a little bit too bright, but again, like, maybe that is appropriate for diamond. This one certainly is. Like, even though it's like such a dark atmosphere, like there's so much like glowing gems, it's like, ooh, that's cool. Again, love that. Yeah, that doesn't really do it for me there. Like, it feels like it doesn't have the right lighting. This one does actually work thanks to the kind of like added kind of haze. Okay, let's try another one. We got, what do we got? What base is this? This is the base we're rendering right now. It is currently named the Ruby Refractor base, but who knows what it'll actually be called. This one could be interesting. I think this will work pretty well. That's pretty dope looking. Not that a lot of people are going to arm this setup, but hey, you might. Again, it's more about kind of like, let's find, you know, the cases where it looks bad, and we're going to try and render to make that work. Also, the time lapse is going to include the entire opal base creation. Just realized I got to reset that. So I'm going to turn off my time lapse here. I'm going to hide the traps, and I guess we're going to start recording from this point. Unfortunate. Completely forgot to reset the time lapse, because I basically took the opal base file, duplicated that, and it has the old opal base time lapse in this file. So, oops. At least it'll reduce the file size. Okay, so we got time lapse recording from this point. All right, let's see what else. Any other traps you want to see on here? King's giveaway. Had some cool traps in there that like might look really neat. Turn that on. Okay, again, we have compensation of the trap layer. See how it kind of like darkens it? That was actually like a haze added by Liz again. Brilliant work. So that makes it work automatically. I love the look of that. That looks fantastic together. Beautiful. So I'm down with that. All All right, another one. Let's see. Did I manage to do that? I did. Okay, so I have a bit of that haze going as well. Some atmosphere kind of pulls it together. It kind of works in this space. Again, like, I think the thing looming over it kind of has issues, but, like, a lot of our traps actually work that way. So let's see. Again, I should find the monster bot. Again, who's gonna arm the monster bot that has this trap? But you know, where would I find you? Can I just search monster bot? I doubt it's actually gonna work. Found the monstrous midge. Maybe, because like I probably never even renamed that file. It's so old. Bot. Let's try that. Bot. Oh, there's gonna be a lot that shows up because there's like bottom layer, like names, all kinds of things. So that bottled wind. Okay, that's not gonna work. Maybe underscore afterbot. Oh, that's a lot of things that show up. Yeah. Okay. Not that either. We could take a look at the big bad slumbering wolf. This might be interesting. Okay, so that does still kind of work. It's, you know, like the way that the light plays on the base with this one, it's like I'm just going to expect that you are a matte surface, which makes sense. You would expect most of the bases are. Okay, so that's not quite it. Rifts. What do we got for rift? I feel like a rift trap might be good to take a look at. Okay, we don't have the high res of this one, so we're gonna bump that up. Okay, and it kind of works, but like again, it's like so bright that it like it's hard to make work in a lot of situations. Yeah. Little smiley face. Can I get a shout out? Hee hee. Hello. Little cat smile thing. Like I don't know how to do that. There you go. Shout out. You got it. Little penguin. Little penguin smile. Okay. All right. So I think we've identified that like there is a lot of situations where it's just still too bright for kind of like fitting in scene. But we can keep at it. Oh, here's the selections. Of course, you're at the top of the bases folder. Okay. So what I was thinking is if I take the trim and I kind of like use that as a contrast focus, I can really kind of like deepen and darken the trim, giving more room for the diamond kind of rainbow faceting bright cut, whatever it would be called, to kind of like explode with light, which is the goal. But I need it to balance at the same time with any trap, and that's a big ask. All right, so what I might do is a clipped layer to this folder, and then I can just grab something like this, turn it to a multiply layer, and that's a bad color for that. Yeah, that's not it. Okay, so I don't love that at all. I'm gonna try that again. Okay. That wasn't the way to go. Right. So I'm going to use something like that. And there's just so many weird layers that it's happening here. I might consolidate a bunch of this. Do I just flatten this? I mean, it's a folder. I can just leave it as a folder and adapt the folder. Let's just do it that way. All right, sure. I just need to get the concept here, see if I can kind of make something work. But like, what is this material is my question to myself that I am asking at this moment out loud to you. Answer me that. What am this material is? So I want it to be darker. But now that like it draws so much attention to this base that like I'm like, this is a bad idea. A base shouldn't be like the thing that is like grabbing your eye the whole time. Like we're gonna see a lot of this base, I imagine. Like when you earn yours, I feel like you're gonna get some time with it, right? It's gonna be a lot of work. We don't want it to be kind of like overshot anytime soon. So like you're gonna have it around. So it's like important to make it work with, you know, a lot, and it's not just kind of like gonna steal your attention all the time from your main traps that you're swapping around, right? So like I need to figure this out. It's tricky. Ooh, black volcanic glass, obsidian. I do love obsidian. Like an obsidian trim on it could look so dope. Like if this was more, instead of less kind of like metal filigree kind of carved, if it was more this kind of like combining of obsidian and diamond or whatever. I do want to see the king bot. Good call. I want to see the king bot. Let's see the king bot on here. Let's go back up. Like I could spend all day just like throwing traps onto this just to see. Did I move the whole folder? I did move the whole folder. Okay. There we go. Just to see what they look like, you know, because it's fun. Right. And the more I do it, the more I'm like, okay, I got to change this look. It's not right. Right. Where am I going to find you, Kingbot? You're going to be at the beanstalk, aren't you? Huzzah. Full res, please. Boom. All right. Yeah, Kingbot's a great test because we got one that's standing on the surface, right? Kind of like the monster bot. It does kind of hide the sides a bit, but like there's some weird interactions. It feels less real here, which is, you know, telling. I think this is a good test. Like, can I make it look good with the Kingbot? There's a lot going on. It's very disruptive. It's very kind of like weirdly floaty. It doesn't feel like they're standing on anything substantial. Obsidian with chroma red / purple. I do like if chroma is what I think it is, like that like shift, the like the kind of like slight misalignment of color. Yeah. Kingbot's a great test. Thank you for that suggestion. Any other ones we want to see while we're at it? Magma Base 15-year anniversary. That could be a fun one. Still LE stuff, but let's see. School of Sorcery stuff. Traps. Yeah, because these are kind of moody. We got shadow stuff, right? Arcane. Um, this could be an interesting one. Okay. Again, we have the kind of like haze overlay. So we got a little bit of like added color influence for whatever base comes in here. It's going to get some soft pixels kind of like shifted a little bit from the actual file here. So we got like this drop shadow, which is cool. Again, it kind of works. If we account for that in the trap file, I think we can get away with a lot more. So great insight, beautiful design again. Love that. Okay, let's see. Between Denture, Prestige, and Opal Base, I'm a little tired of the purple, to be honest. You know, not a bad point. But let's take a look at a little more purple. Just the... We don't need it to be like heavily purple on the base, by the way. That looks so cool. Again, like it does work, but it's still a little, it's a little much. I don't know. I got to tone it down. I got to pull it back. There's like a section, right? Like here on the base. You know, I'll zoom in. Like this lower corner here is our kind of main play space. This is where a lot of traps are like, here's where you get to see the base. Okay? Like this bottom quarter of your base is kind of like free space for you to do your thing, Mr. Base. Right? Generally speaking, that's kind of a safe zone for any base. Now, there's a lot of traps that break that rule, of course, but like they tend to leave something else exposed for us. But if I'm going to make sure that it works, I want to make sure it works here. Because then a lot of the time, bases will, or traps will kind of like obscure the back half. We often have the front half kind of like working for us, but sometimes we eat up that corner. Often I'll have like the front, you know, like bottom of it nibbled away, and it's kind of like just the top area. Obviously, the cheese is always a safe range, but like the cheese covers the base in ways that we can't always anticipate. But again, it's just mostly like what I'm concerned about is like how bright is too bright? How bright is, you know, reading on any kind of situation? How small a facet works, you know, if it's pure white and there's just like little tiny nibbles of triangles, do I still understand what I'm seeing if a lot of this is like covered up, right? You know, I kind of lose the idea of what I'm looking at too easily. So that's kind of like my main concern is I got to deal with kind of like the legibility of this section here. Right now, I think it's so washed out, it's actually like too difficult to understand what we're dealing with. So that's important. And bring back our old friends here. Always nice to have you around as reference. Just to kind of see the flow of progression, you know, what looks kind of like it belongs to the set. All right, we are already, oh my gosh, we're already at 12:30. I can't believe how time has flown. Okay, so this, I love what's going on here, but I also think I need to pull it back a little bit. Honestly, even if I kind of like dim that down, I think that's better because I can still kind of go on top and add like the pure white brightness to it. Like I kind of have it here. But I do like the level of contrast between the top and the bottom. So I think if I'm dropping this, I need all of it to drop, which I guess it is. So we'll drop it, not even that much. Maybe that much. Let's go back to some of the traps, see if that feels a little less crazy. Like, that feels a little less crazy. There's still not enough understanding of what is this, right? Like, I don't get the context, even though I'm still left with so much of the side exposed. Like, I feel like that's confusing to look at. So I need more expressive facets here on this flank. So we're on this folder here to do that job. This is our shadow. I'm going to put that on top. I'm going to go on top of this. I'm going to use a, what did I use? I used a vivid light layer. That worked pretty well. More rainbow. I agree. I don't think we have enough rainbow action, right? Like, actually, here's something we can try. We have actual, like, gradient tools. Let's have some fun. Let's see what the heck kind of trouble we can get into by jumping on in to our gradient tool. That's not the one that I want. I want to go here. Yeah, in this pop-up menu we have rainbow, which is one that I set up in the past. Grab that. I also left in gaps for if I had a repeating rainbow, it's kind of like appropriately spaced out. But let's just see if I do this and maybe do a overlay. What else? Like, yeah, I want a more color band range. Hard mix, definitely not. Just color, maybe color. I mean, maybe we like transform this a bit. It could even just be that there's like one kind of like streak of it, like that. That's kind of dope. Let's get that angle there. Ooh, pretty. Let's get that. Stretch you. Flatten that. I don't hate that. It definitely feels more rainbow. Okay, so that's one option. Yes, apply transformation. Yeah, I like this. So there's color. Hue is also an option, but it's so much more muted feeling. Doesn't feel right. Saturation's probably, oh, it's kind of interesting, but it's not right. Color so far is my winning. Hard mix, too strong. Let's do a normal. Obviously not. Multiply ain't gonna be it, but it's kind of interesting. Color burn. Okay, one of the things that I prefer in Photoshop, there aren't a lot of things, but this is one of them, is in Photoshop when I'm when I open my drop down for my layer type, as I move my mouse over the option, it'll actually it'll do a preview of that instead of actually having to go in and select each one. Okay, lighten's not bad. Lighten is good. Lighten might be winning over color, maybe. It's okay. All right. Screen, a little too strong, but I can also drop the strength of it down. Now it loses richness. Color dodge. It's a pretty strong contender. Glow dodge, always a favorite, but might actually not be it. Add. It's kind of muted. Add glow, another favorite, but really got to crank that down. Not terrible though. I don't hate it, but then like compared to lighten, it's just not quite as good. Okay, so overlay we tried, I think, but it's not bad. Overlay versus lighten. Overlay might be winning. Okay. Maybe not. Yeah, color is good too. Okay, overlay. Overlay, lighten. Lighten's like rainbow. Um, overlay is good. I think overlay is winning right now. Soft light, too muted. Like it's muddy looking. Hard light, if I actually crank that down, it actually does kind of work for me now. Hard light's better than I expected. I rarely get hard light to work, but it makes sense with something like a diamond and refraction and crazy light dancing. Okay, hard light's an option. Overlay is maybe currently winning. We got like Care Bear stare power, which is great. Hard light is good. Hard light's great, in fact. Okay, yeah. Difference. Oh, interesting. Ooh, we got that Lisa Frank power. That's some strong stuff. Hmm. Oh my. Definitely not it for me right now, but like kind of into that too. Like we got this like soft pink, just really rainbow, and like if I dropped the like the brightness of the top layer, that could look really good. Like let's take a quick gander at that. If I throw, what color do we not use enough? We started with green. What if we kind of like cap it with green? So then I do a multiply. No, we need another rainbow. We need another rainbow, folks. Bring the rainbow. We're going to stretch the rainbow. We're going to flatten and twist and skew. Okay, but if we darken, no. This is so wild looking. Whoa. Let's do a flip this way. No, that's not right. Okay. Oh, right. We got difference going, that's why. Hard mix. Now we got like some 8-bit rainbow. It's pretty dope. Darker color, lighter color. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Soft light. Like I did want this to go darker actually. Subtract. Okay, that's not it. All right. Let's grab this. Okay, so I just wanted to see like this side with a darker top is kind of dope, but like it's not exactly right. Hmm. Hard mix and we're done. Maybe. Honestly, maybe. Okay, so I'm going to take that off. It does look kind of nice brighter, but like, again, that's not... Well, maybe... If I take a mask and I start just taking chomps out of this, how do we look with that? Like, the thing is, this is like territory I am not like super kind of like, oh, I know exactly how to deal with this kind of like render, you know? Like it's kind of crazy territory. If I do chops out of this and just have a lot of little kind of nibbles, I need like a gradient of this where it's not all. Although this is starting to kind of feel like, I think if there's a shape or like a pointed direction for this, like now I'm kind of imagining like if all the facets kind of like coalesce into a direction, that might actually make this feel kind of designed like a diamond kind of cut, right? Does that make any sense at all? That wide one, wasn't it? I don't know. It's kind of interesting, but like, okay. Like, I think if these are really subtle is the thing. So like, it's kind of something. But I think I need to be even more subtle with it. So if I take what I did there, and then I unmask it gently with a gradient, that feels a little more kind of cool, right? Yeah. There's a bit of depth in that now. So I think I'll keep that little detail. Do you work? If I drop that a lot and I maybe make it overlay, not that. Overlay is okay. Vivid light is cool here, but I don't think it's that, I don't want it that strong. Okay, this really is starting to feel very like rainbow. Like we got Lisa Frank down here, and that's kind of great. But like, I need it to be not too crazy. Like this feels kind of intense. Okay, so going back to the side panel, we were playing with kind of like overlay was kind of the sweet spot. Right now I was like at the start, near the start, I was like, maybe difference. Like there's never a use case for difference layer, but maybe in this one, maybe just in this one. Portuguese cut gives the iridescence kind of feel. What's that one look like? Ooh, pretty. Yeah, again, like a lot of faceted kind of stones are kind of cut with like a kind of shape, like a pattern. They go into a direction. I mean, generally because like your stone has kind of like the kind of like it needs to be seated, and they're usually kind of like a diamond pattern, whatever that's actually called, the kind of like point where at the bottom. So when you set it in, all the light kind of like tick, 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 bounces around and out through that. They're easier to set that way, I think. But anyways, okay. I'm duplicating the Lisa Frank layer because I think that's fun. Okay, so but we're not going to go difference right now. We were winning with overlay, and like overlay is still really powerful there. Although, I don't know, now I'm kind of torn between the difference. Get away with it. That's fun. Okay, soft light feels bad. Hard light is okay if I pull it back enough, But like we are getting the rainbow. We need to balance it with trim. We should actually look at it with some traps again. I mean, obviously this is gonna work, right? um, Still works. Still, really, the challenge is like this side does not kind of have the clarity of like, what am I looking at, right? So that's something that I still need to kind of like deal with. Um, Pretty okay. It feels less kind of like too bright. It's still too bright, honestly, but less of that. That's just kind of a weird challenge. Um, that works for me. Again, this one just it blows me away every time. It's just a masterpiece there. It works with anything. Also pretty solid here. Like I like the brightness of this because this scene feels like there's enough sunlight kind of coming through. We got a bit of a cloud haze, but like it's still we're above the cloud layer. Like look at how bright these wings are. All that's working great. Darker, however, we're kind of like moody, but like we have enough overlay of pixels over top. It's fine. This again is another one where it's like, okay, doesn't quite work. What would have worked better for this trap is if we actually had done kind of like a little pixel kind of like shift on the trap layer to kind of like create its own drop shadow for bases. So my suspicion is a lot of bases kind of feel a little bit like they don't kind of feel like this thing is looming over it. And I think that's kind of more on the trap having a cast shadow there potentially. This one, again, like hard to go wrong. It's just there's so much happening, but like the internal glow feels cool. Awesome. Again, it feels like it's made to glow in that scene specifically. This is better than it was. But okay, so I'm still identifying this flank here needs better clarity. Also, did this folder move again? Boop. Why is it? We're like a weird half pixel off. But I feel like that might throw off other traps. Maybe it's just this one. How did that happen? Yeah, it's off for that. Not that. Well. It is what it is. This is one of those ones where like we needed to fix that corner. It didn't actually cover as far as it needed to. Unless my base template is messed up. Might be. I might need to expand that. Anyways, okay. What I try to encourage is if when we have kind of like a background on a trap, we actually purposefully overlap the base just in case there is kind of some missing pixels there. This corner, a little funky. I need to get rid of that kind of like little bit that blasts that exact corner out. Okay, so where is that? Where are you? Aha, I think I found you. Yeah. Alright, you should be clipped to that. We'll do that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, is like it doesn't need to be tested with rift traps because it's very unlikely that anyone would pair those. Because obviously you'll want to use a rift base with a rift trap to get your set bonus. So that's a fair point. but yeah, like it's just kind of like some traps might kind of like enter that space, not rift clouds specifically, but having their own atmosphere that kind of feels similar, and those were just on hand. Okay, so I like these kind of like light shards that are kind of like pilling into the center. Again, this side panel here, I think just needs some development. And we got a overlay that's okay. We got a hard light which gives more color range. So we really get the rainbow effect here, which I'm kind of thinking is more and more where I like. But then we got the difference, which kind of creates this pastel rainbow, which is kind of interesting. But like this, I think is a little more clean, and I just need to build on top of it at this point. So I'm gonna grab a, what did we do before? We did a hard light. And just started tossing some more shapes onto that, and I think that's going to work pretty well here. So let's grab our polyline, and let's go down nice and close, and I think I'm going to try and create some directionality along this axis. Right, so question is how to do that. So, okay, I think one way to do that is that if the top is kind of like going, here, I'll do a sketch on top so I can kind of show my thought process. Okay, so if the top here, this surface, is 90 degrees to this one, right? And 90 degrees to this one, and this is 90 degrees to that. What could look cool is if these have this kind of like ray effect going into the core down here. Like just visually, it looks like they're passing through the bottom and all the banding is kind of pulling into the center like that. What might look cool is if we take 90 degrees to that and we start having the light kind of radiating on that axis and radiating on this axis. I think that could have a really unique look. That's my suspicion. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try it. Okay, so yeah, in that case, I'm going to take my hard light and I'm going to take my polyline, and we're going to start kind of shooting some beams to the center. Not using that color though. Although maybe we need some really dark, because I mean when you look at like diamonds and those, like you do get really dark facets, which makes a lot of sense, right? But we'll start with the light ones. So I think this might actually look kind of cool. I hope. But yeah, like having a directionality to these will help imply, okay, yeah, they're this translucent material. And there's definitely a lot of weird light reflection, or, you know, bending and dancing around. Break those up a bit more. Okay, I think I need to like mix in other colors as well. So let's get like green. Yeah, and there's a certain like depth to this, I think, by doing that. Like I can tell that like, oh, when I'm looking at this surface, like the light is kind of coming from somewhere else than the other side. Would brightening the crystal parts on the sides help? That's like the trick, is like where to brighten, where to darken. And I actually think I need to darken at times rather than lighten, but like we'll find out. So we get some potential like fun color. Okay, maybe not quite such long bands. But I think there's something here with the like direction of the light. But I think I'm gonna have to come in here and start adding in like dark mix facets to kind of create even more of that like gemstone look. The base is made of unicornium. I like it. That's fun. Okay. We are coming up at 1 o'clock, and I'm feeling good. So I'm going to take a lunch break, and we're going to go for a longer one today. Let's get pink. I mean, it feels very purple and pink, but like, I think just right there, that might be better. Yeah. Okay, to enhance the rainbow effect, if I kind of actually like have colors that are in their own territory and just kind of only stepping one neighbor over, instead of having like red everywhere on it and blue everywhere on it, and it's completely random, I think actually having a rainbow transition will look more like a rainbow. You know, so if we have kind of like, okay, this is like blue and purple's zone, and then we get some blurple here, where they kind of like can take over each other's space, but then, you know, blue and green is kind of like here, and we kind of like let them dance around each other, but like we don't kind of go too far out of bounds. It'll kind of like feel more like, oh, there is actually a rainbow effect here. And I think that's gonna work well. So we can get like just a hint of orange, like right on that edge there. But then it's like more yellow and green that's in that zone. It's kind of still a lot, and maybe we don't want to go so heavy with the radial kind of light. Actually, I think I want this to be more going, like, I want, instead of it going completely horizontally, I want it going towards the core. So I think these actually need to like change shape a bit. I might go into my lunch a little bit, but I want to kind of capture this idea while I still understand what I want. That's too bright. Got some nice hot pink. That's fine. Get an orange here. Sparkly. Yellow. And green is good. Yeah, again, like, I think, nah, it's maybe too vertical. I just need it kind of bending a little more towards the middle than what I have currently. Like, I want there to be this radius. I did that in the sketch, but I didn't kind of keep that. Where did I put that sketch? Did I delete it? I might have deleted it. Okay, but yeah, the idea was kind of like the top surface has this kind of radiating, and the sides should also kind of like radiate in a direction, right? So I think that's kind of the trick. And maybe this side doesn't go quite so vertical. It's still mostly like that. Okay, we've hit 1 o'clock, so I'm going to go on lunch. I have a concept, and I'm feeling good about it. It's definitely going to be like just let's play around, let's keep mixing it up, and just see what we end up with. And hopefully, as we keep working on it, it just gets better and better. We don't know. It could end up getting worse and worse as we overwork it. But one of the beauties of digital painting is you can kind of roll it back. But like so far, so okay. You know, the trim again is one of those things where I think that's going to be a part of the balancing act. I think I need to introduce more depth of like dark, kind of like light is lost in this, and we'll get there. We're gonna like bring in some more, you know, deeper, darker kind of like tones, and I think that's gonna help balance it to fit in more spaces. Um, but yeah, I think one of the things we need to address is kind of like how does this flank and the front read when you have very limited visibility on it, and I think we're getting there. All right, so I'm going to give this a save, and I will be back in 1 hour, a little less even. But I will first of all put up a. It's not going to be a great time lapse, to be frank, because it's just kind of more recent stuff, right? Yeah, it's not even worth it, I don't think. Because we missed out on kind of like the main fill color exploration. But I mean, I can leave it out. It's just kind of too chaotic. So I'll leave that off for today. Unfortunately, I didn't start the time lapse at the beginning of the day. But I will put up a little timer so you know when I'm going to return. And when we do, I'll have a Larry link, and I will also have a timer up so you know exactly when I'm going to return. And let me get that going. We got about 57.5 minutes. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, actually, no, I can fix that. Alright, so we got 57.15. There we go. Good enough. Alright, so I should be back in approximately that amount of time. And I'm going to go fuel up, make a coffee, get energized, and get ready to kind of keep working on this masterpiece. We'll see how it goes. I have not the highest hopes, but I think it'll be an interesting one. It's so experimental. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and I hope to see you when I return. And it should be a good Larry link. All right. See you in an hour. Actually, yeah, I kind of want to move this now. Give me a second. There we go. Yeah, it was just covered up by that. Okay. All right. I'll see you in a little bit. Hello, hello, hello. Lunch is done. We're back. Welcome back, welcome back. All right. So as I said, I have a Larry link for you all in the chat. Do enjoy. Seems fitting for today. All right. I actually have like a little file set up I want to do off screen real quick. I wasn't going to do it over lunch just because, I mean, I should have probably, but now it's more dramatic this way. So I'm just going to do one of these screen hides for a second and do that. File import. Let's see. That grabs that. Open. Ooh, wrong folder. Meant to do it there. Sorry again. There we go. There we go. And that should be scaled to 69%. And move that. Just in the corner of my eye, all those emotes just going. Enjoy my mug for a little bit. Almost done. Okay, and let me just shift that. Maybe 70 is actually correct. Well, that seems like it fits better. We'll do 70. Okay. That's good. And turn that layer to draft. Save. Computer hanging for a second, apparently. Oh my goodness. Okay. Save that. Maybe every corner has a part of one of the refractor bases. I suppose that that's possible. We do have 4 previous iterations, so that's not a bad idea. Alright, and I'll just turn those back on before I return to display things. Good, 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 good. Okay, cool. Alright, sorry about that. Just wanted to set up something so I could kind of reference it off screen. Yeah, not terrible. Okay, so before launch, we started adding kind of like directional beams. And I think that that's actually kind of like working for making this feel more kind of like some crazy level of refraction. We started to kind of play with the concept of like a gradient of color that moves across the whole piece, and I really like that. It definitely feels more like, oh, there's the rainbow. And yeah, so I think I'm just gonna keep on that direction for now. And again, like we can look at existing traps to kind of really see how well they play together. Again, I should have moved. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, apparently only like a few of them got shifted. But yeah, these are starting to look a little more kind of fitting at like perfectly enters these environments now. All right, here's the tricky one is, I mean, it's kind of like, I guess because this one's just like, it feels so muted, like there's this overcast kind of like color is saturated at, like the saturation feels really low. So it feels out of place here, but so far it's felt relatively connected to a lot of traps otherwise. Like it's a bit punchy color-wise. So we could knock down the actual like richness of the color. It might be a little too much for a lot of traps. But the one I really want it to kind of like be able to, because this one just seems like it has the most challenge to work. And it could just be like the shrapnel, the where it's placed, it kind of causes tangents or something like that. Like if we look at the grayscale of this, that's a little bit kind of like informative of like, why is this so hard to understand what I'm seeing? It kind of like, if you kind of like squint a little bit, you look at this, you're like, what's happening? It's just kind of noisy. Whereas other ones, there's a little more structure I can see. So I think the shrapnel causes some of that, issue with kind of legibility of it. Like one of my favorite traps, but the way it interacts with this base, because of the way the base is brighter on the side, it's a little bit of a tricky one. But otherwise, like they do work. So I don't need to worry about like singular cases for, okay, that one trap, it's just a little bit muddy, but like you're probably caught up looking at other things for the most part anyways, but it's starting to work with a lot of environments. But again, I think we can push the darker kind of like facets, kind of tone it down. It's still like so bright compared to like everything that I kind of want to bring it back a bit. And it's like so saturated too. It's cool. I like fun colors. But yeah, it's just a little bit tricky. So I'm gonna hide that for now. We're gonna pull it down a bit. But yeah, I think color-wise, we're kind of like getting the range, which is great. Yeah, I think maybe this upper edge here could go a little bit darker across the band here. So let's grab like a deep cold blue or something like that, like even a green blue that just feels different. Let's grab an occlusion brush and really kind of like, so we've introduced some kind of like light being absorbed or like just stolen away in ways, like the deeper in we're going, the less the light is able to kind of like find its way out, let's say. So that's kind of like that depth layer there, like we're giving this idea that there's this kind of like tunnel, and like the deeper in, the darker it's getting, that kind of feeling for it. So that's kind of interesting. If we bring in a mask onto that, and then we start taking little bites out of that, I wonder what that will look like. What I might do is actually create this as a folder and apply the mask to that, so I can maybe do two masks that might overlap. I don't know. I'm just kind of messing around right now. Yeah. So the thing is, the mask is like 100% or not. Okay. Trying to think of a good way to make it where maybe if it's clipped to another layer. I just want, like, I guess I could use, like, um, hmm. If I double this and I set it to like 50% each, and I have one of them where the mask is cutting away. Right? The new birthday jelly base looks great. Nice. Okay. Hmm. All right, we're still using, what kind of mode is this triangle brush in? We are still in add glow. We're going to bring you back to normal mode. Okay, now these particles are too big. Get a third of that size. That's too small. So 150. Okay. I don't know if the triangle brush is quite right, but it might. Let's do particle size 200. Erase away, and then bring that up a bit. I don't know if you can even tell what I'm doing, but basically this mask, I doubled the mask, okay, and then I'm only kind of like removing facets from one of the masks, and then I guess if I do it on the other one, we get like different overlaps, and that creates even more range in there, so that's okay. Yeah, Mario Kart Rainbow Road base looks cool. Good. Goal achieved. Alright, so that's okay. Maybe, honestly, if I, like, change the mode as well. Not difference. Multiply. Okay. Well, maybe this could also go under that layer. And pull that back a little bit. Don't need it 100% opacity. That might be okay. Pull that back a bit more, maybe. There's just like a lot of little subtle kind of like choices that can be made, right? Like, I think I do want that edge to be distinctly kind of sharp and dark there. Creates more clarity on kind of like where that edge is. Although, I don't know, that's also kind of nice. It's tricky. It's tricky. Like, does this go in between the two? Maybe that's... No, it's just kind of messy looking. I think it's better on top. Maybe lower the opacity a little bit. Maybe it's doubled up and one goes behind, the other goes in front, and we like offset it. So we get this like chroma looking thing going on. A little bit blurry feel. I don't know. It's kind of interesting, maybe. Oh, gosh, that's a stinky fart. Dog farts, man, they're powerful. I mean, this seems wrong for... Yeah, no, I don't think that's it. An interesting experiment, but that's not the right look for kind of like a cut diamond. It should be clean and crisp and bright and clear and all that goodness. I think that one of the things that I am missing is just kind of bringing in these kind of like darker facets. So let's start to do that. We'll do that here. And go back to our polyline. We're going to grab a nice deep dark color, and yeah, we're just going to start to kind of like pull in these little maybe not that dark. Use a darken layer, multiply layer. I mean, is this where we do the divide and we like use a bright color? Right? It's not doing what I expect it to do. I was like, this is going to make it really dark there. No, it doesn't. Okay. Divide is not it. Darken might be good. But like, at the same time, I gotta like figure out where do I put these almost strategically where they look right. And I need enough of them so that it's a noise. Yeah. Let's see. That's not it. I'm just kind of curious what some of these brushes are that I'm like, what do these brushes do? I haven't used them in a long time. I made them for like really specific purposes, and I'm like, how do those ones work again? Polyline's great for this though, so let's just keep at it. I think we just need more of these little kind of cuts in here, and we can always just turn this layer off if we're like, it's not working. And if I do like one flat color, I can go over it later with like an overlay on top and do like a color range there. These are too evenly spaced out right now, the way that I'm doing it. So I gotta figure out so maybe I should have the sketch, radial sketch. Did I keep that sketch or did I get rid of it yet again? There it is. Okay. If I move this all the way behind the base and then I drop its opacity significantly, this will kind of like give me a little hint as to kind of like, okay, here's where I should kind of like have those angles relatively pointed. So right now I'm kind of like, not quite matching those angles. Okay, so I can just erase that if I'm on the correct layer, that is. There we go. Try and match that. I feel like someone's playing like cookie clicker with emoticons in the chat, you know? Like, is there a mini game that's happening that I don't know about where like you're baking cookies, baking little hearts and laughing face and stuff? It's pretty good. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, I want to play a mini game like that. All right. Well, that just killed it. Sorry for calling it out. Now someone's like loading up Cookie Clicker. All right. So trying to follow these kind of angles. It returns. Okay. Yeah, I think it's kind of a bit. I don't know. Like it feels a bit weird at the moment, but I think it's gonna start to work. The more of this I put in. And then by putting a clipping layer over this, I can do things like, okay, I'm going to come in with like red and like give it a red hue. And like here, I'm going to do a green hue on it. And I can kind of like pull them back a bit, you know, and just kind of like mute it here and there where I want to. I could even turn this into, you know, well, because it's a darken layer, it's not actually going to work. If it's normal, it will. But I can like add in kind of like, oh, you know what, I want that to be, you know, bright white instead of kind of like the dark that I had. So I can kind of like do that kind of adjustment to it, which is handy. But yeah, it's a little bit not right yet. In fact, maybe I like that brighter to kind of ease up. Okay. We're getting there eventually, you know, it's just kind of a lot of experimentation. I think something that could be helpful would be to kind of like just redoing the trim on the base to be something. It's just a way to get my attention. Fair enough. Well, it's worked, you know. I've been kind of keeping an eye on that. Can you though? Can you stop whenever you want? Are you sure? I don't know. Okay. So I think that I have the idea. It's starting to kind of form. One thing I might do is kind of have like a hint of the back there kind of coming through. Okay. I think that's probably an okay place for the side for now, and I think I want to work on the top surface a bit more. Or we could do the front. The front, I feel like, has the least done on it, so I think it's time to work on that. And I'm gonna do kind of like the same concept. So we can start with like our gradient, our rainbow splash, but we'll do it like horizontal, yeah, about here. And we're gonna do like an overlay, was it? Hard light is a bit much. Maybe it was vivid light could work. Overlay again, I think was pretty okay. Glow dodge, like it could change what one's best because we have kind of like a different design underneath. Like the values are different. Like add glow is kind of cool, you know. Again, like lighten, screen, those just kind of feel muddy. Hard mix feels too muddy as well. Hue, no. Color is all right. So like what's interesting is it like gives a lot of like richness, but it preserves the like the depth, right? So like there's something about that that I think is actually kind of good. um, so I might go with that for this one, and I kind of like that I'm using different modes for every surface to see what it does. But this definitely feels very like Jello, kind of like I kind of like I feel like I could take a spoon and just like take a little nibble off that. But like this being such a kind of muted, dull color, now I'm kind of like maybe it needs a saturation punch. Here I'm like I like that though. It feels appropriate to be darker there for whatever reason. Pull that back. Like that seems fine. But here, it having like a richness to it's kind of neat too. So what I want to do is maybe under this layer, I do the polyline with a brighter color, and we start doing that kind of radial beams coming out of the core of it. So something like this, and they're very directional. But then, I don't know if I need to turn that hard. Okay, so we do something like that, right? And then I come in and then just start like erasing pieces out of it, breaking that up. Maybe? I don't know, that might actually be worse. Yeah. Like there's a kind of a thing with composition is kind of repetition and randomness are like something that you need to kind of learn how to like work together with. Creating like good randomness is harder than one might assume. You kind of like are like, yeah, okay, so put some here, so I should probably put some over there and some over there, and like you kind of evenly end up spacing things out, and you don't like achieve an actual very good randomness result. And sometimes you want like a lot of pattern, and then you make like one thing that doesn't fit the pattern, and suddenly that kind of like creates a good dynamic with those pieces. Okay, normal, hard light. I want like some mixing. Add glow is kind of potentially good because I can lock this and I can start using different colors on it and see if that does anything fun. Overlay, if it's punched up enough, might be good. Yeah. I mean, it's starting to feel rainbow refractory. Yeah, it can be tricky to like try and create like a good chaos pattern, you know, where it feels like it's balanced in a random way. It's trickier than it sounds. Like randomness is like, oh, you just kind of put it everywhere. But I want directionality to it. I want it to kind of like, you know, be busy enough that it's not drawing the eye a lot. Let's try a couple of different modes. Lighter color, vivid light, hard light, soft light. Like a couple layers of like soft light could work for that. So he's a delicious add glow. If I like put more color to it, I can maybe get more out of it. Yeah, kind of liking that. But then we got to pull it back a bit more. A lot more. Not it. It's not quite it. Overlay was good. I think I might go with overlay for now. Okay, so we got a bit of directionality. Trying to figure out where that triangle is coming from. It might be from like a really base layer. Yeah, it's this layer. Okay, so I'm going to put a mask on that. And I'm going to take some chunks out of it, I think. Do I just remove it from this surface? Nah. Okay. I think I need to like catch the reflection on the edge too. Oh, is someone having issues with audio? Okay. Let's see. Try a new layer on the top of this over everything. Put it up there. Wrong folder. Right, it's all the way up here. It's a bit of a chaotic folder mess here, I would say. But if I get this edge, and that edge, might be okay to have those. And there's that. Seems all right. Let's take a look in grayscale. I think we can create more kind of like structure in the values here. I think, again, the trim being darker is going to help. So we'll address that very soon. But I think we can do something with the top of it really fast. To just kind of like make it match the other faces, and then we're going to do the trim on it, and hopefully that's going to kind of pull it all together, and it'll kind of like be really legible. We got really strong rainbow theme going on, which I think is great. That coloration there is kind of nice. I might have that fall to the back. That's okay, but I might even drop that down more and try and add glow. Yeah, having it be more muted colors on the top I think is good. The reason why is with the kind of like outer surface, the top is the one that's getting hit by the light, okay? And if I kind of have it more muted, it's going to feel more like there is some light bouncing off the surface, and that's white light. That's kind of like overpowering some of the colors that are coming out from the inside of this base. Whereas like the side, the front, like there's less direct light bouncing off of that, like especially the front, it should maybe also be a bit more muted. Whereas like the under bottom left side, we don't have any direct light that should be kind of coming off that. So we're going to get our richest color because that's the stuff that's bouncing around the core of this and out towards us. So I think I'm going to play with that concept. So having the top surface be a lot more kind of muted down, I think is actually going to be beneficial. So if I use triangles here and I go with like a really pastel, again I was saying like trying out green a bit more, right, we have our triangles brush giving us some pretty crazy color jitter. So I'm going to give a little bit of color jitter. We're not going to jitter the saturation like we were, maybe a little. Luminosity, again, I also don't want that to jitter. Okay. So that's going to be a little more controlled now. So if I do that, let's create a larger particle size. We're going to spray them out a bit more. Brush density. I do want that. I want the spacing to be greater. And now, if I do this, and then I squash this down, we're going to kind of like flatten these, okay? And then we're going to set this to, let's see, what would be a good one? Add glow, maybe. Overlay. Oh, overlay's good. Kind of drop that down. And then we're going to use a mask, and we're going to take a regular gradient. Not the rainbow one. Love the rainbow one, but we're going to use a regular one. Do I have a regular gradient that I still have on here? No. Oh wait, I have it over on the left. Okay. Gradient ease, maybe? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then we're going to use an erase gradient. And basically, we're just creating a smooth, not quite that angle. Oh, it seems to be wanting to snap. So I'm going to uncheck that snap angle. And we'll do a wider gradient here. Not it. That's better. So towards this leading edge, I want it to kind of wash out the colors a bit more. And I am going to put in a rainbow gradient again. This one, I'm going to use a radial gradient. So we can kind of find a cool positioning for that. And I think because this is a horizontal surface, having it kind of like an angle like this is going to suggest that like there could be some kind of light source far off that's giving us this kind of nice kind of swoosh. I'm going to drop the color a bit. Glow dodge isn't terrible, but we might need to drop it down a couple of layers so it's below some things. Maybe that's fine. We'll try a couple other modes. Like color mode might be better. Nope. Add glow so far I like. But I think I need to knock out brightness wherever I can. Like right now it looks like some crinkly cellophane with like a very thin layer of iridescent oil or something on it. Which I don't know that's precisely the look I'm going for, but it's interesting. Like I think I need to maybe put more like of a darker color into this. So like let's try like the dark blue. Oh, I can't grab that because it's a draft layer. No, we'll go with dark red actually. Let's try that. We're going to use a soft, gentle brush here, and I'm just going to paint that surface a lot darker. In fact, actually, what happens if I go to black? So that feels like there's more kind of rich, kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, but like, this is like a very bright, shiny, like it's really kind of like picking up all the light and just blinding us with it practically. This one's like, it's a really heavy, kind of like, it's still that rainbow vibe, but like it's deep, and maybe I can kind of like bring this up more now. And maybe pull that gradient back a bit more. Again, like I do want the surface washing out. So maybe this is normal. Nope, that's not the right thing. I want just a new layer. This one is, yeah, okay. So that's more kind of like the the feeling that I think it could use is like this. There is this washed out kind of almost haze on it. But under that, there's this deep, kind of like rich depth to it, like this obsidian kind of like undertone, where like all the light has kind of like become, trapped in this light prison. Not normally what you would, describe a diamond as a light prison, but like that's kind of, there's something there. But again, like I want these verticals coming off of this, and I kind of lost that. I had that somewhere in here. Maybe it was below that. Okay, if I drop that more, I'm like seeing these verticals, and where did I create those? I think that might actually be on a lower layer, like more on the base fill. This, I think I could drop more and kind of like work more off these vertical beams. So I'm going to go above this layer, and I'm going to start to bring in these vertical beams. So we're going to go to our polyline, see how this goes. And we're going to make that and I should probably make these shorter, but I think right now I just want to get the feeling of this right before I start kind of finding the correct shapes. Right? So let's turn off that radial sketch that's under this whole thing, so you can kind of appreciate it as it is. So that's looking all right. I mean, if people are getting like the Rainbow Road from Mario Kart vibe, love that. I am okay with that. Right? It is like one of the ultimate levels too, right? So I feel like that's a good place for this. Okay, and I like maybe more of it at the core of it, like it's got more of this internal glow than on the outside. So maybe I'll start to kind of like pull it back at the edges. Right? Yeah, there's a certain depth to this. Don't know if it's quite saying what I want it to yet. Like, I still like there being this kind of surface that's, yeah, we got to go up to this layer here. So this, I think, can be a little stronger, because I don't want that like those beams wherever that layer is hiding. There's so many layers going on right now. It's ridiculous. This one here, I think I need to kind of play with the potential of this one. Okay, so linear burn, not that. Although let's turn that up and see if I'm missing something. Nope, linear burn makes sense that it wouldn't, because color burn is only about like darkening pixels. So we got subtract, lighten, could be okay. Screen is maybe a little better because we get a little more color with that. Color dodge, very similar. Glow dodge has a little bit more complexity, and I do like that. All the light centers into one point in the middle and splits out a giant solar beam. Like, that's kind of the vibe, right? Like, I want it to kind of have this, like, there's like some kind of like depth to this, even though if you're looking at it, it's like, okay, well, it's only these dimensions, but like the light looks like it's coming from, you know, deep within, which is kind of a neat potential. Add glow could be really good. Add not terrible. Like, they're all very similar, and maybe part of it is just because it's using like white. Like, maybe I need to put a little bit more color into this and see what that ends up doing. Right, like that has more kind of like interesting mixing. Like, we got some like 90s radical goodness there. So that's not terrible. Overlay is kind of, might be the play. Soft light's good. Hard light could be good. Again, like, we can just kind of like dance with color as we go across it. I think when I come in and I do kind of like the darker facet over this, it's going to change it yet again, so I should probably do that sooner than later. Difference, barely any difference. Linear light, it's probably because the opacity is super low. Vivid light's kind of cool for this. Might go with vivid light. Again, I'm looking for where it's like having fun. We're getting weird mixing. What's really interesting is, and I apologize to my art team for this, there's a great chance that like it's going to look this way in Clip Studio, and when you load this in as a Photoshop file, it might look completely different because of the way that the layers kind of like are stacked in folders, and those folders have effects, and so it's kind of like one of those things where it's like I might need to flatten some things down before making it more universally acceptable file formats. Otherwise, we might get some weird kind of, different interpretations of how a pixel might render after passing through this many layer effects. So that's potentially something I need to be aware of. All right, I'm going to give this a save. Yes. Okay, cool. Looking at where I need it in a different view. Spoiler stuff, so I can't show you that. But I am getting more of a kind of like just reading how I need it to. Things are a little more, there's a little more clarity on things. Again, the trim, I think, is going to be a factor. So I think I want to kind of bring more with the trim. And I think, okay, so the top, the sides, those are starting to work. So I think we can jump onto the trim finally. I might do a pass on the top where I add in kind of some of these darker facets because I think they're valuable to figure out. So maybe I'll add a few. And I forget what layer mode I used. Let's try a color burn. And something I want to try and think about is there's like two kind of like things I'm rendering in the same space. So I'm rendering the inside of the material, like the back side, the light going through the entire surface, and then I'm also rendering the top. And so by having this washout over top, I'm implying there is like a slick, flat, clean, polished surface, and the light is kind of like reflecting off of that. Depending on where I'm angled on this, I would get like different stuff kind of getting washed out. I have it here because it's convenient. Um, but like that is a different kind of surface than this inside stuff. So by kind of rendering both of those in tandem, I can kind of like balance each other out and hopefully end up with something that feels really cool. But yeah, let's add more of these kind of interesting dark facets. And again, I think they're more useful at the top because I want to create this gradient of like the inside core is where all this light is kind of like coalescing and spilling out of, and then the edges are where kind of like less light is refracted, and we're getting more kind of it lost there. So creating another kind of gradient to, there's like, it's not totally random. There is a pattern, a design to this. Whereas like an earlier Jacob would probably just do like a really chaotic pattern and it'd probably look fine, but like I want it to be a little more intentional. And is it accurate? Is it kind of like how a gemstone would actually, display these things? Probably not. It's probably wildly off. It looks like there's like a weird forest of like diamond crystal creatures, standing at attention or something. I'm like, it's not it, but it's something. And I don't hate it, so that's good. Yeah, washing those out a bit is kind of interesting. And then, like, I kind of want... Like, do I bring in little flecks of this color kind of spattering out? I don't know. It's probably just going to be layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of just like little tuning and tweaking and tuning and tweaking and tuning and tweaking. So like I could put a layer on top of this shadow and be like, we're going to do a colorize layer here where I go from like blue to kind of more green to yellow to orange to red to purple, and that's just a little hint of a little more of that rainbow, but like we're keeping it in the, actually let's try hue. It's even more subtle. Actually, it's too subtle. It's interesting. Saturation is something I should probably play with too. Okay. My goodness, there's just, I don't know, it's getting there. Like I feel like there's depth to this. Like I feel like I've stepped away from the Sky Palace and I'm looking over it from the perspective of the Empyrean Empress, and I'm looking down at that glowing city of just kind of like there's so much range in it. It's kind of the vibe, and I'm digging that. So it feels like there's a little world in there, which I think is great. Okay, so we're doing better with that. I might need to widen some of these. Like they're so thin and needly that like maybe that's not quite right. Maybe they need to be a bit wider and broader. But yeah, we can figure that out. And like, do I need almost like something? Okay, I mean, that's not the right layer for that, but anyways, I'm just like thinking this corner here, I kind of want to do something that kind of shows that light is kind of coming through the far side from it. But yeah, we'll come back to that. I think that's more kind of like really polishy detail, and I think we're good on the surfaces right now. Like I feel like I've created this actually like feels like there's a structure to it. It feels like it's rainbow, you know, it feels related to these, but its own. Maybe we get a richer blue to kind of reference the sapphire a bit more, kind of pulling each of these in a little bit more directly. But I think what we need to do next is do something new with our trim. Because I think the trim is kind of something that can really take it to another level. Also, hiding the trim, I'm seeing kind of like, okay, here's like a quieter area, here's like a noisier area, and I think having those play around each other could be beneficial. So I might kind of like reduce some of the noise in some sections and like amplify the noise in others to kind of like create this play where there's a little bit more kind of like interestingly enough, like you can kind of like create more areas of rest for your eye by doing that, by purposely guiding it and letting it rest in spots and stuff. But the trim is going to be a big influencer on that. What else? Okay, so that's an idea too. It does actually remind me of the Aurora base. I agree. I'm gonna give this a save, and I'm going to pull up the Aurora base because I believe I have it in this file. Yes, that looks like it. I'm gonna bring this all the way up to the bases reference layer. Because like the Aurora base is a fantastic, beautiful base, and I think there is more than one that kind of like enters this territory. So I want to make sure that this is even cooler than all the previous, like really beautiful, colorful, prismatic bases, right? Tricky, but that's where we're at. Okay, so here is, you know, like we have this beautiful Aurora base. It's got like a world inside of it, right? If that's even the base we're thinking of, because I'm like, I feel like there's more than one of them. This one might be like there's like is that the Rift one? Let me check. Wiki, because I think there's a different one. Okay. So, oh yeah, there's that one. Can I dig that up? Yeah, that one's the Rift one, isn't it? Create file object. Was it 19 traps? That one. Here we go. Is this the one? Pretty. Yeah, like this one, living gardens, kind of, you know, like there you can see this light refracting kind of thing, and just like this subtle color range. We got a bit of this idea of kind of like the upper outer surface has a little bit of a muting effect on it, and then like the inside has like this rich, deep kind of saturated punchiness. So like there's some clever ideas with this one. Yeah, exactly. Like and it's pretty good. Pretty influential. Um, yeah. So they're different enough certainly. I'm not worried about them feeling like oh, they're stepping on each other's toes. Like this one's definitely more kind of like angular, but like again, I'm not like I want to get some of this kind of facet feeling to it, right? Like I got these. There's no reason I can't kind of introduce some of that on here, and I kind of did, but then I kind of overpowered that. But this upper layer here, if I can find the correct layer, I think this one, yeah. So this upper layer here, if I use a mask on that and kind of like start to take out, you know, angles here and there, I can basically, oh, I did not mask it. Whoops. Let's do that correctly. So if I like, you know, have angles where the light isn't as strong, but it can still have some power, we start to imply like, oh, there's, you know, a different angle, so the light isn't playing on that. But like finding where to put that in just right is tricky. Also, I kind of removed this from the dragon base, or the opal base. Like the other ones have some surface kind of faceting. I took it out of the one with the heart because I kind of wanted the heart to read the most. But then we can bring back this idea. We can also kind of like use the trim to kind of like play off that. Have some angles catch even more light. You know, like that idea kind of thing, if we want. So lots that we can kind of play around with, obviously. Maybe I'll leave that for now. Okay, so, okay, trim. Let's focus on trim. I keep kind of like getting to it and then running away. I don't know if I'm kind of like a bit anxious about what to do with it or not. Like having kind of like this kind of deeper, darker material kind of encompassing it is kind of cool. So maybe I duplicate that. Let's get rid of you. Hide that original one. And just like flatten this in. And just take this and run. So these look like a cut diamond, but raw, but polished diamond that refracts light. Like it's, yeah. Yeah, because right now it looks super flat. So it's hard to suggest like why all these, you know, light dancing facets are visible. I guess the underside has this crazy complex cut pattern on it, right? Like that could technically be the case. But like if the surface has a little bit of these kind of like shapes and, you know, textures, then it also suggests that. Like honestly, the sides could have a little bit of that too, which could be really cool. Like these kind of patterns carved into it. But yeah, I think let's just kind of mess around with the potential of these trim pieces. All right, so one way to do this would be to grab the masks from these. So let's create a new folder with 3 layers. We're going to grab that. We're going to grab that. And it's just going to let me transport these masks. And we're going to move this up here. And grab that. All right, now I can bring this up to trim. Can turn all that off. And where did all that go? Here we go. Trim copy. Ah, right, it's flattened there. Folder 13 is the new folder. Okay. So this we can bring here. This I'll bring over into folder 13. These, sure, we'll bring into folder 13. Okay. But I'm not going to turn them on for now. Okay. So here's kind of what we can do with this is we can start to just kind of like be like, okay, let's start a shape here. And maybe have something like this. Have it, ooh, maybe like starbursting. Where they kind of like come to a point like that. Could be kind of cool. And then is there something like this? We don't want it to get too noisy, because again, like if we get too much going on, it's just going to be distracting from our trap, right? We want it to accent things and look nice, but like just be a cool like addition to a trap, as opposed to trying to steal the show. Okay, I also like the idea of like if it is like some kind of, you know, diamond setting, maybe there's like some fixturing that kind of like locks it in place. So like there could be don't know. Like, okay, so I guess one way to work off of this would be like these can connect. Like that, let's say. And same thing here. Just kind of give it a little more architecture or something. I don't know. I'm just making this up as I go, as we do. I remember working on the trim on a previous stream for the other bases, and I needed to, like, I ended up having to kind of draw it on a flat rectangle above, kind of make it all symmetrical and, you know, uniform and good, and then I had to like transform it onto the surface to kind of like get it to look correct. So I might end up doing that with this as well. But yeah, I'm like, what is this material? That's a question to answer. Does this shape mean anything? Like I try to maybe give it some kind of, you know, communicate something with it, right? Obviously the dragon one was nice and obvious. These were just kind of like, I wanted to look rich and, you know, elegant. So, you know, that's what was up with that. This right now, I don't know. I'm just playing around, but I don't think I like it. It's a little too imposing on it. I think it might need something a little more delicate, to be honest. Maybe there is actually like a surface here. Kind of almost looks like the cover of a book, like the an old kind of tome with like the metal kind of corners, the reinforced kind of edges there. So that's kind of an interesting idea. If I kind of like suggest it to be more like that, and like the big stretched kind of diamond in the center kind of looks a little more like, you know, you might have like the title and stuff, and this is like the cover here. It eats up a lot of real estate, which could be bad, but I don't know, maybe it's interesting. Let's try that. Okay, and then something that I think might help is if I use different colors for each of the different surfaces, right? So like, I don't know, this kind of feels a bit more like a leather, not quite leather, but maybe the front needs to be a bit darker than that. That's kind of, I don't know, it feels a little bit like a book in a way, but yeah, I don't know. I was kind of just experimenting with that same shape as the kind of like, you know, sapphire facet, but like more as just kind of like, this is something we can do. I don't think I'm going to go with that shape exactly. Just kind of threw that on there to see the potential of that. Again, like, I know I'm not going to finish this completely today. It's going to be something where it's like, okay, I need to step back and take another look at it in the future. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of playing. But yeah, I don't think that's it there. Like, honestly, maybe having just the sides be a nice, simple little kind of. This is where it's kind of just seated. The setting is, you know, just very simple. Might be something with that. don't know if it like fits with the rest of them though. Like having more of an ornate pattern is kind of nice. And like maybe we do want to bring it, like all of them have an element of gold. I started to get gold and silver together. So like maybe that is still kind of like an element that it should keep. So like I'm just like where to place these elements, you know, like it's tricky. I might need to go back to kind of how I dealt with other ones. I don't know if I have it in my file. Okay, here was, yeah, actually here is how I dealt with that. So let's bring these up here, right? Rounding the edges a bit and make those triangle shapes cut diamonds have. So the tricky like the challenge with rounded corners is making sure that we don't have like empty pixels at any of the edges, because the reason why that would be bad is when you start to have traps that have backgrounds rendered into them. If there was like a gap here, let's say, and obviously I can definitely do things to avoid that issue. But let me find where the base of this is. So if I took a mask and I clipped off, well, that didn't do it. Gotta find the top of this whole rainbow. There we go. Oh, I see why it didn't do it. Because this image actually kind of deals with a bit with that. Okay, so it's not totally that. Get rid of that mask. Not the that, just the mask. Okay. Yeah, but like you end up kind of getting, you know, just this white section potentially, if you kind of like change the silhouette of it. So we can't do that, but we could kind of like give a lot of suggestion on the inside that, you know, that silhouette is different. That's totally doable. And I did suggest playing that idea, so I might still do that. Yeah. And I think, again, it's kind of like an excuse to have more of these, like, oh, that's why it's all faceted looking, because there is facets in the surface. So, yeah, I should try that a bit. Let's see, I could just throw down on top of this. See if I can just kind of imply that. Really kind of just kind of sketching it in there. See if I can kind of share what that might look like. But like this kind of an idea, right? Where it's like, oh, there's kind of like a different angle on that. That's neat. And instead of trim, like one thing I could do is, let's go on to, so many layers, but like honestly it might be important to keep this many layers. Let's say I try doing something like this. Grab that, go there, go there, go there, go there. And then I'll mask this. Okay, and now if I do a clipped layer on top of that, and we'll set you to be not fully transparent, or not fully opaque, and we grab like white and hit that surface and hit that surface. Like we can kind of like get like lots of little facets in fun areas that traps should be fine interacting around and get away with it. Yeah, bases are like onions, so many layers. Not usually this many layers in bases, but this time certainly. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. Okay, so could also do like that. Erase that. And I guess bring more. I mean, that's not the kind of light that I would expect to come from that, but I don't know. Yeah, that's a possibility to kind of like do more faceting on the surface, and I think it's worth exploring that. I just need to do a better job of it. It's more like I need to like render like 9 different angles of this material, and then take selections of that and just kind of like that would actually be a great way to do this. So I could try something silly like that. And why not? We're streaming live. Why not? Yeah, trim. I gotta come back and do something with you. But okay. So here's an interesting idea. Let's do a new folder. We'll make just a big rectangle. Nope, I gotta fill that with any color. We're gonna grab layer on top of that. We're gonna do our gradient rainbow to it. We're gonna take a layer on top of that. We're gonna grab this dusky color. We're gonna kind of block that in. We're gonna do a layer on top of that. I'm gonna do it as a add glow. We'll use triangles. We're gonna use a large particle size, well spaced out. Wrong color for that. Let's do color jitter. Crank that up more. A little bit of luminosity. Nah, no luminosity jitter. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, we're going to knock that down. We're going to do another pass with the same technique. And we're going to use that as a hard light. And we'll maybe flatten that down and skew it. This is really experimental. I'm just kind of like winging it. I don't know if this is ultimately a great method, but had an idea, so I'm kind of like wanting to see it. Scale that up. Okay, and we'll do one more layer And this one's going to be a vivid light. Why not? We're going to do a little more of that kind of like beam look to it. And yellow is currently the color, but we're going to mix in a variety of colors, I think. Do a smaller one here. But this kind of like sunbeam feeling of it kind of radiating out from the core. And maybe break that up a little bit here and there. And we're gonna grab that and try different colors through it. Do a green, to a blue, to an orange, to a red, to a purple. Okay. So we have this kind of like rainbow smash. And this is a single folder here. Okay. And what I was thinking is possible with this, like if I did a bunch of variations of this at different angles, I could like be like, okay, I need this shape here. You know, okay, what is the angle that I need this folder? If I want, you know, and I'm actually gonna select just this, we're gonna make it so I only grab that. Okay, cool. So if I'm kind of like, this is an angle for that piece. Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm going to, you know, heck, I'm gonna flatten this just so it's easier to work with as an experiment. Because again, that's all this is just like, I'm trying stuff. I don't know if it works. Okay. I want this as a poster. It's fun. Okay. Okay. So I can like take this and kind of like find, okay, I like that there. That's cool. What I could do is maybe grab this shape and copy this layer, move it to where I want it, rotate it how I want it. So like this angle here, okay. We'll like turn that clipping layer back on, and then I'm actually going to clip it down to the layer below and just kind of like use it in a couple of spots. Okay. Doesn't seem too amazing so far, but you know, we're figuring things out. Maybe this surface here. Let's try another one. We'll go outside of that. We'll do this shape here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, put this above everything just to see what's going on. Okay, there we go. It's on top of everything. Let's move this up where I can access it better. All right. So again, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to kind of like decide on, it's going to be this angle. And, you know, I'm going to scale it down, get some detail in there. Cool. I am now going to clip it to that. Right? So I can kind of go around and actually just kind of like decide, okay, these facets are this thing rotated at this angle, and then all of the same facets can use like this one kind of sheet, and then they'll all kind of like work together in a way. So that's one way to tackle something like this. It's kind of an interesting potential. Let's see, like if I were to do that on the front side here, maybe I can do something fun like this. Okay. So that kind of covers the whole piece there. Turn that off, and then let's find a shape. Let's do this, and then I'm going to cut out a piece of that. Sure, and then I'm going to slice this up into 2 angles, why not? Okay, so this one can use that angle. This one, maybe I flip it. I don't know. But like that's kind of a potential way to kind of like make the facets actually kind of like conform with each other. And I don't know. It's just a really quick idea that I was like, oh, maybe there's something to this. And maybe there is, but maybe not. All right. I mean, it does kind of look like you might expect from the surfaces being like really ground, flat, and polished. And then suddenly there's like sharp angles and edges. And I guess one thing to consider is like, well, I guess you would have extremely sharp edges on this. As like you could say that there is no perfect edge and you'd get like this little band of light right on the lip. But you know, diamond cutting is very precise, like down to very, very, very thin, sharp edges. So don't know if I can get away with that rounded edge catching the light in the same way. Yeah. Anyways, edges might need some rounding, yeah. Okay, I'm thinking I want to try to do something with the trim before I finish streaming. And right now, I'm kind of like, I'm gonna have to play more with the faceting of the like diamond, the like rainbow kind of crystal look. So that I'm kind of like probably running out of steam of kind of like really going further. Like I could keep mixing and tweaking and playing with that, but I think I'm kind of hitting that limit for the day where I've done a lot, and I think I want to kind of step back from it and tackle it with fresh eyes next week to really kind of like be more effective with it. I'll play more with this faceting concept to kind of like introduce more interesting kind of facet angles, but right now I'm going to tuck that into a folder which I can drop into the other folder where it belongs so I can do my trim stuff. And that's discoverable at least. All right. Yeah. This is fine in that folder. Okay, so before I head out, I would like to maybe figure out something that we want to try with the trim. Yeah, it might be better if there is more of a defined pattern to it, and I agree. I think that it would kind of make sense to do something a little more like that, and I think that's possible. But I think I'm kind of like not going to have enough fuel in the tank to kind of get us there today. I've kind of like been looking at this too long, so it's like I want to tackle that concept with fresh eyes when I can kind of like right now it's kind of all too familiar, I think, at this point. I mean, like just looking at the grayscale, I'm like it's close, but like the front not there. I think I need this to kind of like have a darker corner in the top, you know. So I might even just grab a brightness layer, grab this, and Yahtzee. Just to kind of like be like, okay. Not that. But like maybe not totally bright on that edge. Something like that is a little bit more legible perhaps. Let's see what happened to the colors. They got a little muted. But it's acceptable. Okay, so it has a little more kind of form, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Trim. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously using reference material is kind of very useful. Which I haven't been doing. It's harder to kind of like go to reference on a live stream, especially when I'm like trying to just kind of experiment really rapidly with you, where you get to see that process, and it's really just kind of experimental. If I was doing this kind of like off stream, I might be kind of like looking more closely at reference and replicating some things. So you always get something very different through a live stream than we would from me kind of working my normal cadence and methods, which is part of the reason I enjoy doing some kind of like artistic challenges on a live stream versus not. I end up kind of like going different routes and experimenting, trying things that I wouldn't otherwise necessarily, and I think it can be kind of rewarding to discover what that can offer. But it's not always the right thing to do. Okay, but anyway, trim. Okay, so we can always kind of like just try things. I know there's let's see, can I do it with this brush? Is there a yes, there is a tool to create a symmetrical ruler. If I do 4-line ruler, I do this, and then I do something like this, right? We can create this, you know, mirror kind of effect here. So, you know, this could be a cool and like I don't want to go too crazy with details, but like at the same time, maybe this will allow us to kind of like have a simpler kind of diamond texture or like, you know, rainbow coloring. And this can kind of take a bit of the responsibility of kind of like really making it fun and fancy, but you know, depending on what material it is, that could also change, you know, oh, it's not too noisy with this material. Um, if the contrast isn't super high, but again, like with a rainbow refraction, you know, it's probably going to be pretty high. Um, but like maybe this is what the facet is like this insane, you know, complex shape, but it's very kind of surface etched into it, you know, and it's barely detectable, but like that could be interesting. It's not actually like metal banding on the top, but it's more this kind of pattern cut into it, maybe? I don't know. Also, this isn't balanced to the middle of this. Here we go. Okay, right now it's like too evenly spaced. I need more weight in different areas to kind of create more balance. It's like too evenly weighted. Maybe that's good? I don't know. Okay, I'm kind of curious to just see what happens if I like grab this and drop it onto the surface. So I'll hide that. I can keep that around. Grab that, and we're going to move it. We're going to grab this corner here. First of all, cancel that. Okay. Move that here. Can we not set this to, oh, keep aspect ratio? No, that's, could have sworn I should be able to like just free transform this object. Maybe because it has a ruler. Let's get rid of that ruler. Let's try transform again. Free transform. Okay, so now that's why. All right, so if I grab this corner, drop it into that corner, that corner, that corner, and that corner. It's kind of got like a wrought iron fence thing going on. A little gothic kind of design on it. It doesn't fit the other one, so I don't think I'm going to go with this kind of idea, but I'm kind of just like playing, seeing what in the world this does, if it's of any kind of value to kind of like do something so complex. Ooh. Okay, you know what, schoolwork? That's a great idea. For the trim, maybe a design reminiscent of the Mythweaver's Hood's trim. I like that. That's clever. MouseHunt Runes is also a cool callback, and it might work kind of lore wise in ways. So I should probably like think about other kind of ways to kind of play with this world building. But I love the idea of using like the Mythweaver's outfit design in this kind of final piece that you know use. We are a harsh crowd to please, unless you just put chrome on stuff. I mean, putting chrome on stuff is super fun and interesting, but like there's only one time that we do that. So it's not happening with this one. Would you consider the white undertone from earlier over the black undertone? Yeah, I mean, absolutely would consider it. So like having that brighter kind of just glow, like it looked great. There was reasons I'll say. I'll kind of imply that there might be more of this darker tone with this. But like I did like the look of it. It did kind of have some challenge with kind of like feeling like it had the right presence on traps, stuff like that. So there is, like push and pull, I would say. But like I did like the look of it. It looked really more diamond like with it. Chrome rainbow prismatic refractor base confirmed. Thanks, Dallas. That's how that works, right? You get me to say a word and it's confirmed. All right. Okay, so what we can do is, I don't know, like even, I'm kind of like, what happens if I do this and like, just like a glow dodge? Oh, right, no, it doesn't work that way. This is a normal. This could be glow dodge or add glow or whatever. And like, just like this kind of cool, subtle reflection on this. Maybe that's something. If I simplify the surface, gosh, there's so many layers, you guys. I am so not used to working on this many layers. Like, this, I could get rid of that. Those are fine. This was kind of like adding a little complexity. There is a mask. I need to get that mask. So something like this could be kind of interesting where it's not a trim material, but like the carving of it is kind of detailed like that. It's not, again, not diamond. I don't know if people carve diamonds quite like that. It'd be cool. And then if I were to like go over here and create like a copy of this and boom, normal, but it's like, whoops, white and add glow or normal. Yeah, normal. No, add glow is cool. And I kind of like just erase everything here except I kind of take, I want these inner kind of edges here in the top right to catch the light. Creating this kind of channel of depth. Like we can maybe imply that there's a carved kind of channel in this kind of cool swooshy shape. Again, I'm really kind of hacking this in here, so forgive me if this does not look good. Even if it was done well, it might not look good for this subject. Just playing with an idea that I'm curious about. Let's get rid of that piece of cheese. Sorry. Sorry, cheese chunk. Right? So I don't know if this is quite conveying the idea, but it's kind of interesting. Maybe I like pull it down more. And honestly, this could have like that rainbow fun time with it where it's like, okay, it starts one color and we go to another color and we're not seeing that very well yet, but it honestly feels more Aurora because of the swirls. So yeah, I'm not quite feeling like that's it. But it was a curious idea. Like, that does look kind of fun. Again, we're back to the Lisa Frank base. This is definitely way deeper into that universe, and I don't think this is where I want to take this ultimately, but like, that's fun. Um, yeah, that's not it. It's also just crazy noisy. Um, which there might be a way to make that pattern more subtle. Like there's something about kind of like having a level of noise that's so noisy it's uniform and therefore it's not kind of noisy, you know, like hound's tooth in a broad enough scale and kind of like zoomed out enough becomes just gray or whatever mixture of colors it is, right? Um, so there's that. Man, there's just so many different things I can try with this. But this level of like Lisa Frank kind of crazy rainbow is a bit much. It's fun, but not it. I'm kind of maybe like maybe we go back to something a little more kind of interestingly kind of just like wow, what's that? Or we, go to kind of like the here's the trend gold and silver and we keep it, relatively simple, but like it has an elegance, it has depth that it implies having more drop shadow around it could help. I'm kind of thinking I'm going to go more in this direction with it, to be honest. Okay, what's this? Rangoli. Ooh. Okay. Beautiful patterning. Like really punchy colors, and because it's like so intricate a pattern, it works, right? So like that is actually very informative, right? Like that kind of like design sense where you can kind of like use that much kind of intense noise and stuff, but like because there is structure to it and there's enough of it, it kind of balances itself. But that said, these are gorgeous, but like having that kind of level of like intricate, very eye-catching pattern on a base when you put that with a trap is going to still kind of be like, look at me. And again, with bases, that's one of those things where it's like I don't want it to demand your eye all the time. So I need a little bit of subtlety, but like that's really clever and a great reference for me to kind of be able to look at. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, Rangolia is very interesting. Is the hit grab horse still a thing? I think Brian might have that at his house, if I'm not mistaken. It's probably in one of the OG devs. Like maybe Dave has it, maybe Brian has it. I couldn't tell you exactly where it is, but I'm sure it exists. Yeah, we had the rainbow hit grab horsey as one of the things we did years ago, forever ago. Oh man, that brought me back. Okay, so uh, I do like this. This kind of like little bite out of that corner is a little more kind of like you did something. I think I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna take nibbles out of these edges. And I'm going to take like nibbles off the surface or maybe the sides more so. And using the trim, I can kind of like fill in those spaces to kind of be like, yeah, see, it's got like some depth and the trim is kind of clicking inside of that. So you can see how this works, right? So I think I'll play with that. I don't know if I need to change the trim design significantly, like just kind of like making it a little different, modifying it, playing with these kind of carving pieces out. But like instead of it being like a smooth swoosh, having it be more kind of like sharp chisel cut, diamond facet cut, like I think that's going to make more sense to kind of suggesting what the material is. So I think that's the direction that I'm going to go. We are at 4 o'clock, so I've been streaming for a good while today. Nice 5-hour long stream, and I think I'm probably going to call it here because, like, there's a lot of things I could try, but I'm kind of feeling like I don't know if I can push it much further today and like be productive. And everybody else is off today, so I think I'm gonna, wrap up what I need to this week, get it all kind of like closed up and ready for the long weekend, so that when I return, this is all I need to focus on. Aside from some other things, but that should all be wrapped up. I hope. We'll see on Tuesday. But yeah, all right. It's a long one. It is a complex one. It is a fun one. Challenging, absolutely, but like pretty cool. Like I didn't know where I was gonna end up with this piece, but I'm relatively happy with what we've figured out. Again, I don't think this is the final form of it. I think there's something with this I might work more with, figure that out. I think there's something cool with that. These can go into my selections folder. I'll put them in here so that if I need to, I can grab these. Yeah. Okay. Well, saving, and I'm gonna put up the time lapse, although I don't think it's gonna be the best one. We'll see how it goes. It might be like really kind of all over the place. So let's see. At least it's suggesting it's at least a few seconds long. Yeah, we can kind of see where we were at different points. But unfortunately, we missed the beginning of it. But yeah, I think where we've ended up is in a better spot. But it doesn't look like a lot has happened over the course of it. It's just a lot of little kind of finessing. Again, there's like, I think I really need to add more of those kind of like really dark kind of glints and bright glints and just kind of more of that. But then balancing it, and it's just, this is a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I need fresh eyes. That's the ticket. It's just like I've been looking at it too long. I need to tackle this all fresh on Tuesday. And that I think will help because I'll be able to look at it and be like, okay, I see what I was missing, what I didn't see the last time. And yeah, here we've already looped it, but it's even hard to tell. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me grab that Larry link in case you've missed it. Put it up here. Lost in the chat. I'll find it one day. There we go. All right. Copy link address. That should work. I hope. Paste. That's not it. Okay. Let me grab that fresh for you. And short link that. Oh, right. That's not how I actually grab that. Copy link. Does this work? That looks right. Let me double check. Yes. Okay. Here's the layer link in case you missed it. See you on Discord. All right. And have a good weekend, everyone. I'm gonna close up shop here. But I hope you enjoyed. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, giving your feedback, sharing your ideas. It's all very awesome and helpful. And thank you very much for just, throwing emojis at me. I enjoy that. Uh, it was always a great time hanging out with you and sharing what I do. Um, and yeah, keep being awesome. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. And until I see you next time, happy hunting, and I'll catch you later. Bye for now. All right. Bye.